I'm just checking something here. I'll be right there. All right. All right, so let's see. We were implementing this thing, which is like a destructible wall thingy. Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna fix this here. Let's do. All right. Here. Yeah, so last time we added this one, so let's see if we can launch the game and see now. It might already be exploded here, so yeah. So we are also saving the state of that. So now the wall is gone here. And so we have to reset the save. I'm just gonna do that. All right. So there we go. Now we can activate it. It sort of blows up and goes away. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna disable restoring that state here. Hello Blue, welcome. Did you made an 2D game engine in SIG? Well, I'm using Raylib, which is like a rendering engine and or a rendering library, and also music and sounds it has. But then everything else is made in Zig. I am using also a Zig ECS library as well to store all the data for all entities and stuff. But I did make the physics engine and yeah, basically everything else. Let's see where. So I'm gonna disable storing the devices here, or restoring. I guess we can just do this. I use Raylib as well. Oh, cool. What language are you using? C++ or? Okay, so now it every time we restart, it's gonna show up here. So what I want to do is I want to make it so that we spawn a bunch of explosions and at the end of the animation, basically. Are you sick? Okay, cool. Nice. What do you think about it so far? Yeah, so let's go over here. So we go to device. So what I want to do is basically here is the sort of update function for this entity. And what I want to do is I want to say once it's activated, at a certain point we're gonna spawn a bunch of explosions. And so at the point at which I want to do that is if we go to animations for activate, you can see here I want the explosions to start here at the start of this frame. So let's check here. Frame start is half a second here. So how well, yeah, I guess we can also look at if the current frame is, we can also look, is the current frame number 5 or at the start of number 5. We have to also, we just need to spawn them once as well. So we need, I guess we need like a flag as well to say that we have actually spawned them. If the current frame is 5, and I guess we can store it in the state. We need to change the type. Right. So this has to be a union email now. And activated. I'm just gonna make it into struct like this. You could separately define a struct if you want, but you can also do this. I'm learning Zig. I came from C and so far I'm loving it. I want to keep building stuff in Zig. I'm not very good at it, but I can see why it deserves love. Okay, cool. How long did you program in C? Yeah, I really like Zig. It's like the first language in a long time that has actually made me like passionate about programming again. Like made me motivated enough to start working on some like personal projects like this. All right, activate it. Okay, so let's see. So has spawned explosions. Set this to false. I wonder if you can say like if you just say this, will it automatically create an empty object or So if we haven't spawned them yet, we spawn them here and then we set this to true. 1 or 2 years in college. Oh. Nice. Yeah. I mean, as long as like if you like programming, I mean, when I start first when I first discovered programming, I was like I was really passionate about it. I felt like I found something that really really fit me well here. So it was really fun, and I mean, it still is fun, but you don't get the same I guess dopamine kicks or whatever you call it once you like create something. But instead it's sort of replaced by, if you have a larger project, then you can see it build over time, and that in itself becomes a really nice thing to look back and see how far you've come. I like the allocators. Yeah, the allocators are nice, and it's a bit different from C, where you only have like one. Well, I mean, technically you could implement your own stuff, but in Sig it's like really it's really made for the allocators, different types of allocators. Like all the standard functions take allocator. Everything that needs an allocator takes an allocator, instead of just creating one magically. And I really like that. It also makes it very explicit where you have to have it. Activated has spawned closer. Okay, so I don't know Malik and Kalak. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, so what I mean is, well, in libc, I believe it's they have that implementation, which is very good. It works very well, but you can implement your own as well, because you can just you can access the syscalls to do it yourself from the operating system. But I mean, the functions already exist, so unless you want to do something very optimized, I guess you can just use those. They are like malloc is. I mean, I think I haven't used C a lot, but malloc is very like generic. Hello, Malten. How's it going? Welcome. Oh yeah, I also have this client, so I can read the chat while I'm programming here. Yeah, here, so the chat, I don't have a chat up at all times, because I want to focus on the programming. But I do have a chat on the side in OBS. And yeah, because I'm streaming. Yeah, exactly. Big fan of the Quake engine, which makes me keep learning this stuff. Oh, cool, nice. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely learn stuff from looking at older engines and stuff. I mean, especially if you're working with C. It's interesting that you learned C in college. Like, what type of education was that? Okay, so if we're at current frame 5, we haven't spawned explosions, we set that to true, and then we spawn a bunch of explosions. But we don't have, well, actually, spawn particles. Where's the animation key? So this is like spawning. I mean, this is not really particles as in the technical term, like as you usually say particles. It's just creating an entity that has a specific animation that is basically just gonna be a sprite that plays an animation and then it dies at the end of the animation. So that's basically what it is. And it doesn't really have anything to do with monsters. It doesn't do anything to do with particles. It's actually just spawn. I think I'm gonna call it spawn animation instead. All right, and then this is the animation entity. Let's say. All right, so what we want to do is, well, we can use this function, and also we want to have also a little bit of offset as well. So what we could do is we can say spawn animation with offset. Let's say I'm just gonna add this real quick here. So we'll take everything here. We have some sort of offset. Oops. And we'll create the entity. I'll grab the body. I will set the position to position plus offset. Okay. One True Blue. Hello, welcome. That someone was me. Well, sorry, I missed that. Or I don't remember. Oh, did you switch? Switch to Twitch? You're blue on the other one. All right, let's see. Yeah, okay. I was like, what are you talking about? Let's see. So now we have the means to do that. So let's go back here, and now we spawn a bunch of explosions. So I'm gonna go to the animation and check. No, here. So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's just, I don't know. It doesn't really have to do that much. I just wanted to know about how many. Let's create like 10 or something. And so what about the positions? Maybe they are. I don't want them to be random. I want them to be like uniform across the thing. So also spawn animation. Yeah, so entity animation key. So this is going to be explosion, I think. Offset, we have to calculate NT. So yeah, so now we need to calculate the offset somehow. So maybe I'll just create a table. just a table of vectors, so it's the same every time. Maybe it can have some wiggle room for randomness, but so if we go to the animation here and see, so if we look here, so the middle point is like over here somewhere, and the whole thing is like 32 by 32. And so if we go to the right, it's gonna be like, so this is halfway, so that's 16, and then halfway there is like 8. So if you add like a couple of more, like 4. So maybe like 4 or 5 from the right. And then down here we have to change, but 4 or 5 from the right, and then so basically 60, or no, what am I saying? 27. So 27, 26, and 1. Right, but that's from the left. So this is supposed to be from the center. So this is gonna be minus 16, and this is gonna be minus 16 as well. All right. Now we can just simply loop through this one instead, and we get the offset out there. I guess it's more like an array. But let's see. Activate. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 to the right. So we add 1, and then here we add 4. Yeah, a little bit tedious here, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, about 9 or something. And then this is 1 down and 1 to the left. And then like, I don't know, 8 down. Why not use cylindrical coordinates? I don't know what that is. Cylindrical coordinates. I know what polar coordinates is. Oh, you meant polar? Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. But it's not really, I mean, I guess you could do that. If you count this as a circle here, you have to have a radius and the center point somewhere, I guess. Cylindrical in 3D. Oh, okay. Let's do -3, -3. So it's not really that important. This is a pretty stupid way to do it here, but I probably, if I wanted to do this in a better way, like I have a bunch of examples where it makes sense to define some data in the, like if you don't want to do it in a mathematical way, but if you can define data in the animation itself. So let's say we have this animation here, and then I add some, I want to add a list of points, and then I click here, like I want to point there, I want to point there, point there, point there, point there, and then I name that some to something like explosion points or something, and then I can use that list to just iterate through and use that list of points, so I don't have to do everything manually. And there's a bunch of other examples of that as well. Like if we go to for example any type of monster, like let's say this guy, and we have attack here, for example. So you can see here, he's attacking. He's not supposed to hurt until he attacks over here. So and what is the hitbox? So you can define, maybe add like a rectangle, and you define like a rectangle at this point here, and then you name that to sort of attack hitbox or whatever, and then you can. So the point is that I have a bunch of examples of this kind of data, which could be useful in a number of different ways, and I'm leaning more towards actually implementing that as well. You want the rotation animation also, so that the animation is always outwards. The rotation animation also, so that the animation is always outwards, like 90 degrees is downwards. I don't understand the rotation animation. What do you mean? Oh, explosion in all directions, right? Yeah, so let's just see how this looks. So I'm just gonna show how I was thinking here. Oh, we got some sort of error. Oops, this is a different project here. Let's see. I want to make this into an array of vectors. Okay, what else? Here we go. So we have to define this now like this, I guess, even though it's just empty there. I mean, what you could do actually in this case, you could make a thing here, activated default, something like this, which is explosive wall state, and that is activated like this, and then you can use that instead. So now you don't. Now you can say dot activated default. All right. Spawn. Expected type U32 found void. Oh. Oh yeah, we should definitely like return the created entity here. But now we should get a whole bunch of other places. Wait. Oh, they should also like return the entity itself. It just makes sense. Oh, where's the new entity? Custom. Oh, here's the entity. Okay. But then all of these functions need to return the entity. Hang on, what the hell's going on? So let's just do this. Back to this. Why do we get this? Oh, do I have to? Okay, yeah. So I have to do this. I believe. To, well, this one doesn't make sense. But spawn animation, since it returns a value now, I have to discard it. Alright. Oh, that was it. I'm gonna try and run here. If I have, oh, no, I haven't run the script. I have a script where I press F5 to start the game. Okay, there we go. So now let's run the editor and spawn in here. Okay, so now in theory we should spawn a bunch of explosions, and we crash, of course. So let's check what's happening. Segfault. Where am I going? So segfault device 153. So it's segfaulting over here. Oh, it might be that the pointer was invalidated. Okay, so let's do this instead. Let's handle this through the animation system instead. So what we do is we say where is it? Utils spawn. Yeah, it's this one. I'm gonna rename this as well. Create animation for spawning, I guess. We're gonna rename this to just animation. Just because it's more generic. Okay, so we'll use this function here instead. Create animation for spawning. But we also, what we could do, we could include an offset. Which is 0. And then yeah, I'll just make a different one. YouTube script. All right. So back to device. Now we don't call spawn immediately. What we do is we do utils, and we say create for spawning with offset, and the animation key is explosion. There we go. So basically what this function does is basically creating an entity with the same animation sort of configuration as the parent or as the entity that we put in, but it's just a sprite that plays an animation and then dies. And the animation that we want to play from that, and then it's also using the position of that entity, and we can offset it. Alright, so this should create a bunch of these animations now. So I'll just try and start it here to see if I don't get more compiler errors. Alright, and let's run the editor and start this up. There we go. So let's see what happens now. There you go. Well, okay. So you can see the explosions spawning there, but they don't seem to have moved from the center. Oh, wait. Is it because of the scaling I was... No, I don't think it. I don't think we have scaling anymore. Before everything was scaled by 4, so you had to scale it up. But I don't think that's the issue now. Oh yeah. So, okay, I know what the issue is. So the issue is that the spawns isn't. We don't take the offset into account here. So I'm just gonna say animation with offset, and then here is gonna be the offset. Wait, why am I not getting completions here? Okay, well I guess that should work then. Alright, let's see. Okay, there we go. It looks a little bit better. The explosions may be a little bit slow, I don't know. Or, I mean, and I'm not trying to perfect it here. I'm just trying to make something work. Yeah. And I mean, you could add a little bit of screen shake. You could add... I mean, of course, the explosion sound. The green part at the left just disappears. So it looks a bit weird, maybe. Actually, you know what? Let's spawn a couple of at the left as well. So just, I mean, let's just take like 4. And it's gonna be, well, now this is gonna be like let's do like -4, something like this. Actually, Hello, Polaris. Have a nice day. Thank you. I mean, we could make a sound as well. Yeah. All right. Cool. Boom. So that looks a little bit better, and then you can have like, you know, since it was destroyed, you can have like a little animation of stuff hitting the ground or something like that. But I'm not gonna improve more on that right now. So should we make a sound? I do have a little thing here we can make an explosion, but maybe that's not a good idea because I don't know how loud it's gonna be. Usually sometimes it's a lot louder. I'll do it off stream and add it in later. Okay, so now we have this thing there. So the whole thing about this sort of arc that I'm doing is where is the thing here? So I made this sort of thing here. So I was gonna work on the camera, but because the type of camera that I want to have is a camera that is sort of bounded to a rectangle, let's say, so it doesn't go past the borders of the rectangle, so you can't see past the borders. But then it's also going to be dynamically, like these rectangles could change dynamically. So for example, if when we explode a wall, then the boundary is changed. So let's say the wall was at the edge of the map, or a secret destructible wall that looks like a normal wall that you can, so you don't see. The whole point is that it's a secret, so if the camera moved, then you would know that there's something there. But if it stays bounded by the wall, then it looks like it's just a wall. So but once you open the wall by hitting it or something, then I want the camera to reveal what's in there, basically. So that means the boundary has to change, and so that's what I wanted to have. And of course I'm gonna be able to implement that without having destructible things, but I wanted to add destructible things to have something to, you know, activate this kind of dynamic camera thing. So so that's why I was working on destructible stuff. Now we don't have destructible tiles, but we do have a destructible sort of entity, I guess, because it's not really tiles, it's just an entity that's in the way and that you have to destroy to get past. But it sort of also fulfills the same purpose. But I do want to have secrets and destructible tiles. I mean, technically we could make them into entities that you can just implement a special entity for that, I guess. Actually, that might be the way to go, because that will also be easier to save as well. I mean, yeah, of course it's gonna be that, because the entity then is gonna have an ID and we know if it has been destroyed or not. So when you get back there, it should still be destroyed. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's actually pretty straightforward actually. So let's just do that actually. We can even use the tile set as a texture. So we need a new entity type. I'm gonna call it destructible tile. Oops. And this is the tile set. Now this is gonna be a bit weird because the texture is like padded here, but I'll just add in the padding. Yeah, now we get the padding added in there. And yeah, I mean, we can just choose any thing. It's just an icon basically for the texture here. So that is the destructible wall. I mean, maybe we can even use a special thing for that. Maybe this one. And we need a property. So I guess the property could be the graphic it will have, maybe. So the editor knows about tiles. We could probably add a property type that points to a specific tile, I guess. Yeah, why not? So we do have asset reference. So I mean, technically, we could say asset reference. Okay, this is the this is gonna be the texture, and the type is a texture. There we go. So now we have the texture, and then we can also add, I guess, the grid position of the tile, which we don't have like a vector type, but we do have integers, so we can add more like x and y. So technically we can use all this information to produce the tile, like where the tile is that we want to use. And so yeah, so let's save that. So let's try this. So let's do here, for example, we can say entities. All right, we'll put, oh, the size is bad, right? The size is bad. We have to change the size actually to 16 by 16 because the tiles are 16 by 16. Okay, so we have to change it to 16 by 16, and then it's like this doesn't really match up anymore, but I guess we can just take something here, this one maybe. It's gonna look a bit weird, but alright, so now we have 3 entities here. So the idea is that they would be spawned as destructible tiles. So they will be spawned as like, it looks like a wall. And we will use the tile set, these 3 things, to get the tile that we want to use. So this would be the grid position of the tile. So if we check the, let's see, if we go to this, so here we can see, okay, if we want, let's say we want this one, so that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 5 by 6. Right, and then we have to put that on all of these. Okay, so now all of those have that, so we know what graphic they are supposed to take on. Okay, and then let's see. Well, I mean, another way we could do it also is have animations. So we could add an animation that is, yeah, maybe that's better actually. we could add an animation and then just say, okay, which animation should it be? Because then you can name the animation and yeah. But anyway, what was I thinking about? Yeah, okay. And the reason that it's an entity, now that it's an entity, we actually have like each entity has that is in a scene has a unique ID, and it's also like the same thing with this one. It's actually being able to be saved. The state of this thing is being able to be saved to persistent data. So you can save the state of this device in the save file. So if you go in and destroy this, and then you save and then you load, it's gonna be, we know that it has been destroyed. So next time it's gonna be gone. The same thing can be for this one. That's why I wanted it to be entities and not some sort of tile system. Okay, but I think we wanna create animations instead of using these properties here, because, well, for animations you can also add like destructible, like when it's destroyed. So let's just delete these properties here, and we can delete these ones and add them back in, because we don't have, like, when you just change properties of an entity, it's not being propagated to the entity instances, so we have to recreate them. Oh yeah, also I need to change the name here to destructible tile. There we go. So what we want to do is we want to create new animations for them. Right. So, oops. Oh man. I think I need to change the animation a bit. For example, so let's say we have idle, and then we have the original tile, I guess. It's gonna be like 0. I guess we can call it I don't know, brown. Right. Okay, but the thing is here, we have to set this to 16 by 16. However, you see that it doesn't really match. Well, I guess maybe it does match. No, it doesn't match. It doesn't really match the tiles here. So what we need to add here is we need to add more configuration here to actually support this. Yeah, because we would like to have the padding actually, because the padding does help with the graphics looking better when we render it. So I'm just gonna add offset and spacing here. Let me save everything before I quit. Okay, so we need to add to the animations spacing and offset. Where is the grid size? Here's the grid size. So let's have grid size, offset, and spacing. Let's do offset, spacing. Well, let's just do this for now. And now we have those. Oh, this is gonna be a new version also. Right. Where is it? Animation, persistent data. So we need to bump the version. We need a new upgrader for this. Alright, so the animation is changed. There we go. It's nice because now I'm also sort of feeling out this version system a little bit. Right, and the animations, we can't just do this because we have to now map them. Animation 2. Is it exported? No. This is animation 2, and it's gonna be previous animation's length. All right. Now, yes. So the So we need to loop through animation's length. And this is gonna be actually, you know what? We can use I mean, technically, we can use the container. We can actually add a function to upgrade the animations, I guess. But you can also do this. So. Tjena. Tack. See animations. Yes. So this would. Yeah. So I'm just setting this to 0. Then. No, you can't do that. You can't shadow that. Priv. Frame duration. Alright. There we go. Now that should be all done, I think. Do we need to free up the previous one? I forgot if we do that. I think you need to do that. So let's do defer free previous animations. Yeah. All right. Okay, so now we have all that stuff. And now we can add new upgrader here. Whoops. Alright, so now this should have like support for upgrading to the next version here. And yeah, and we added offset and spacing. Wait, layout animation. But we also need to use them. So now we have a way to set them and save them and stuff, but we need to use them also. So how do we get, where are we calculating what to display here? So for example, here we should have somewhere draw frame. Yeah, we have grid size. Yeah, so we need to get, I guess this needs to be converted to offset. And wait, why is that? Oh, spacing. There we go. And then the grid position we have as well. So here's the actual position that we want to have. So float from grid, float from grid position times the grid size. Why are we not converting this? So the minimum of the rectangle is going to be grid position times grid size, and then we add the offset, and we also add spacing here. I guess this would be plus spacing like this. Okay. Width height should be grid size. Yes, that should all be good. The position of the destination width and height. Yeah, that should be fine. All right. And then we have basically same kind of thing going on over here. We should probably like generalize it to make it easier, but or make it into a function, like getting the source rectangle. Like if we say the same thing here, that let's say we have grid size scaled. Let's actually use renaming. Also why? Oh yeah, because this is a integer vector, that's right. But we do have scale, I think it's a float. No, it's not a float. And then padding. Oh, that's for the preview. Right, but this is just the grid size, so that's fine. However, down here, the source rect is the same issue down here. So let's just make get source rect, and we get a rectangle out. Animation. And we also need a frame. All right. So now we can say this, and then the rest we don't really need, so just return those or delete that. All right, and let's do the same thing over here. We need the source rectangle. Don't really need much else, except now this is gonna be current frame. All right. Now, do we even need this? We don't need you. We do need you. Okay. Yeah, so that should take that into account. Now, the other thing is when we wanna hover over and select a tile, that is also, or select a sort of position in the grid, that should also be changed. So where is that happening? It's happening in draw, maybe. No. Maybe handle input. Camera controls, get selected animation, handle animation input. Right, so here we're also calculating grid position, but the grid position is, this is a bit misleading now. So actually, we need the grid size. The cell size is actually animation of grid size plus spacing times 2. Wait. Hello. Oh, I didn't have the thing up. Toggle bit. Raid and run. Need to eat and clean guards. Oh, thank you. Welcome. Perkinje. Have you rendered an hypercube? No. I have rendered a cube a long time ago when I first started to learn programming using Interruption 13H, I think it was, and drawing pixels to the screen. That was kind of a magical moment. A cube was rendered and the hype was real. So sort of, okay. Yeah. No, not a hypercube. I haven't actually done, well, I tried to do the thing where, what is it? You know the videos of I'm not sure if you watched it, but they rendered like fractals in 3D using some sort of ray tracing with some sort of mathematical equation that sort of checks for I don't know. I haven't actually managed to implement something like that, but I think I started to try and figure out how to do that, but that was a long time ago as well. But this is like a 2D game. This is not any 3D. And right now I'm working on the editor, and I'm trying to add spacing and offset support for choosing animation sprites, or animation frames from a sprite sheet. Let's see, cell size, unused. Let's see. So grid size plus spacing times 2. That should be the cell size. That should be the grid position that we're looking for. The problem here is like the offset. If the offset is different from spacing, then this won't work. But I'm just gonna ignore that for now. Oh wow, I saw like 5 people, but now it's 34. Welcome. This is the second time in my Twitch career. It's not a career. That I've been raided here. Thank you. Let's see. Right, so now we have the, so okay, I need to focus a bit here. So we have the sensors, we have the grid position, yes. Now we are calculating texture size. Yeah, that's the whole texture, and then we're dividing that. That should be fine. Okay, so we're just checking if the grid position is in bounds. Then we're highlighting the cell. So I think I want to have this not only with grid size, it should also have like spacing then as a input here. So let's add that. Let's add spacing. Because then it's gonna show. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I don't really care about that. It's gonna highlight the whole thing with the padding, with the spacing in there. So it doesn't really matter. And I don't have any bots or anything. Sorry, Eagleberg. I'm not sure if that does anything. I don't have anything basically set up for Twitch. Except for this. Oh, thank you for the follow, little Sakura Senpai. Also, this is a Bork, which is a SIG client for Twitch chat. So very cool. It works really well here. Alright, so now that should show perfectly fine there. We should have the grid position there. That's the only thing that's happening there. Okay, great. What else do we need to actually do here? I don't think. Well, maybe for like entity. Well, this is only for animation. Let's just see if it works. Okay, yeah, we get a compiler error somewhere. 204. So the compiler or the LSP stopped working properly once I set up tests, and I am doing some shenanigans with the build system, so it just broke the LSP. So I don't get like compiler errors in the editor anymore, so I have to run the compile and it will tell me what's wrong. So here is like expected something, found a thing. Okay, right, so you are a pointer, so we'll do that. Let's check here as well. This is a pointer. Is this a pointer? No. Is this a pointer? No. Okay. Okay. Grid position, mixed scalar. Okay. Wait. Grid position is, of course, not a scalar. Okay. So this, so let's see, where am I now? This is the entity type, so that's fine. Let's go to animations now. So here's the animation. So you can see here that 16 by 16, and it doesn't really match up here because we have the actual tile is like 16 by 16, but then we have a little bit of padding as well. So let's add offset and spacing. And now we can see that it doesn't work. Okay. This cell should be like highlighting the entire thing and not only that. Okay. So what if I click on these and these doesn't really match up either? Okay. Right, so it doesn't really work. Now, am I doing something wrong here? Spacing times position. No, it should be spacing. No. It should be, oh, I'm stupid. It should be plus position times spacing. There we go. So it should really be this plus spacing. There we go. All right. But the highlighting did not work either. Okay, let's save. I'm just gonna double check if this actually saves here. Yes, it does. Okay, cool. But the highlighting doesn't really work. But let's try these now. Okay, this actually looks like it works fine. Or does it? No, it doesn't. It just works. It works for the top. It looks like. Or maybe it just looks like it works, but it actually doesn't work. So we have grid position times the size plus spacing, right? Plus offset. Which is 2 by 2. The spacing is also 2 by 2. So is that wrong? Or should it be spacing times 2? Can you do this? No. Mixed scalar. So you have to do this. Oh, maybe it's by I'm clicking at the wrong place. But this sort of looks good. This looks okay, I think. Yeah, now it looks good. Okay. It's just a highlight that's wrong. Where is that highlight? Yeah, okay. So the highlight is wrong. We have to get the grids. So the cells, we have to use cell size instead. There we go. And also this should be cell size. Yes. Because the cell size takes into account the spacing. There we go. Alright, cool. But it doesn't show with the padding here, so. Okay, right. Whoops. There's a crash when you delete the animation. So I'm not gonna delete the animation. Okay, so idle brown right. That is... so what I'm trying to do here is I'm working on destructible tiles. basically. So brown right is this one, I believe. You don't this, I don't know why this shows up here. Can I change? Okay, never mind. This is supposed to be like the right. Yeah, you can see it here. Here's the preview window. Like a right wall. Well, I guess the wall is gonna be on the left to the player, but brown left, which is do this, this one. Okay, that's brown left. Okay, so so now we have those animations. Now we can go to the entity type and add a property. So this is the destructible tile entity type. We add a property that is called well, it's gonna be like a string, and it's gonna be, I guess it's like the idle animation. I'm just gonna call it animation, and the value is idle brown left. Let's just have that as default, right? And then on the scene, now we need to recreate these. Okay, now they all have the property here. So, except this needs to be right instead. Alright. Okay, let's save all this here. Right. Okay. So if we run this now, they should not appear, since we haven't implemented it in the game. Also, we are crashing the game for some reason. Oh, I see. I know what the problem is. So the problem is that we updated the animation document version. So now we need to, now we actually need to add this here. We need to add offset and spacing. Frame source rect. Yeah, and here we just say, what was it? Grid position plus spacing. Wait, no. Self spacing times 2. Okay. I'm just gonna don't care about the offset, I guess. Well, actually, this needs the offset, I think. We need to add the offset. Wait, how did we do it in... Yeah, we add the offset here as well. Okay. All right, there we go. And I think that's it. That's the only thing we need to worry about. I hope. So let's see if we can start this now. And because of the upgrade system, all the old animations will have offset and spacing set to 0, which would be equivalent to what they was going to have. So what is happening here now? Error parsing, missing field. Okay, yeah. So we also need to upgrade all the animations. So I need to go into the editor and I need to like open all the animations. Well, this one is not used, but I need to open them and save them so that they have the new version. I should really add. Wait, are they actually saved now? I have to press save like this. I should really add like an automatic upgrade thing for this. Like it's maybe a button somewhere, project-wide button that is like update all animations, or yeah, make them into the new version, or maybe even all documents, all outdated documents, or just save every file even. Okay, there we go. Let's see now. Okay, now it works. Now go back here, go to, okay, now I can use this feature that I added, which is if I have this and close all to the right. So all the new documents that I opened are now closed. Okay. There we go. Yeah. So it doesn't crash, but there should be like the destructible tiles are supposed to be over here. These guys here. So what I want to do is now I need to implement these in the game. So we'll go over to the game code, and we will go to, where would this be? This, I mean, it's not really a device, but I will add it here anyway, because it's sort of part of the puzzle sort of thing. Yeah, I'll just add it here. So destructible tile. I guess we can, it is very similar to the explosive wall. So we can grab this and do that. We need to add the animation over here. I need to go and check the, I need to grab the, whoops. The ID here, so destructible tile animation. There we go. Yeah, I really need to update this. I always say this when I get here. I need to update this system so I don't have to do this. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't take that long, and it's a stable ID, so it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, and then let's see. So what's happening in here? So what states do we have for the destructible tile? We have like, I mean, I guess the same, almost the same state as the explosive wall, maybe. We're gonna need to have destroyed. I think I'm not sure how to do with the. I think what we want to have is like, when you hit it, it's gonna spawn maybe particles, or I mean, yeah, some sort of animation or something. But I think for now I'm just gonna sort of have them be just destroyed. They're just gonna be destroyed. That's what's gonna happen. So we don't even need to have activated, I guess. We just set it to be destroyed. the animation is gonna come from the properties. So we're gonna need to have properties here. And the property is seen, and we need to add a new type here, so destructible tile. The property was named animation, and it's a string, which we don't have yet here, so let's create it. Okay. Okay, let's fill in the blanks here. So, well, okay, I want to check this first here, because there should be places where we handle this, I think. Or maybe not, actually. I'm not sure. Maybe we don't. Maybe it's like all automated. I forgot how it works. Okay, so let's fill in the blanks then. We have a bunch of switches here that we need more things. So let's see. We have a destructible tile. And now this is gonna be a destructible tile. Parse property scene. There we go. Okay, yeah. And then over here we have destructible tile. Oh yeah, I didn't add it here. Wait, I need to go over here. I need to import it. Destructible tile. This port is a little bit boilerplatey. Oh, it's not device. There we go. And we need a new one here, destructible tile. There we go. Alright. Now let's go back to spawn. Okay, so now we have this init entity, but we need to also pass in the properties, which is gonna be these ones. There we go. Okay, and we'll continue with filling in the blanks here. Okay, yeah. So here's the sort of place where we store and restore the state of the devices. So I'm just gonna copy explosive wall here. And if it's that, it's activated, it should be stored. Destroyed, yes. Destructible tiles. So basically we have a map for each type of entity that has like permanent, persistent state that we want to save. And we have this map here. All right. And I've disabled the thing for explosive wall because we were testing that. But let's test now the persistence of this for destructible tiles. All right. Okay, a couple more blanks to fill in. Now this is the sort of logic for the entity here. So this is happening every frame. This is the update function. So we'll have to define a new update function. Destructible tile, yes. So I'm just gonna copy the explosive wall. And I will check. Okay, so it's not a lens beam that we're gonna hit. It's gonna be hit by the player sword or weapon. Okay, we don't have that function, but that will activate this device, which would basically just destroy it. We don't have a thing for activated. Destroyed, we don't do anything for update. Okay. And then the device type is say destructible type. There we go. So that's basically the update function. We need to define this function, and I think we'll copy this. So actually, you know what? The player weapon thing. I forgot exactly how we did it. I think we have somewhere in the monster code where we check for collisions with the player weapon or something. Damage if in damage player if in attack hitbox. No. Where do we have this? Maybe it's not here. Maybe it's in the player code. Oh, what's this? Starting dialogue. Why do we have starting dialogue here? Okay, I'll just delete this. Wait, what? Oh yeah, because we have. Okay, yeah. Because the player is like, it's it's sort of a mix between a global and a component here. So we have a bunch of global because we only have one player component. I store just for convenience. I did store a bunch of global stuff in here. Never mind all that. Here's the player system. So a player attack hitbox rect. Here's the rect there. And here's the code for that. So It's basically here, if we are attacking. Maybe we should trigger it from here then. We're checking for intersections of the attack hitbox. And here we are handling like the monster, if it's a monster here. I mean, okay, why don't we just add a health component? We could just add a health component to the tiles, and it will just, this system will just handle it. So we don't really do anything here. I mean, we might want to have a special handling later, but right now, for what I want to do, I don't really care right now about all this. So where is the initialize device destructible tile? Yeah, so we will get the entity here, and then we will add to this entity a health component with max health 1. Okay. And what this does is basically now when the player just hits the thing, it's just gonna be destroyed. I think. Another thing that we also need is we need to look at the properties and set the animation based on the properties. So we need to get, wait, what is the animation? Oh yeah, get animation. Device structure, so get animation. And the time, so we don't have activated, we have idle and destroyed. Destroyed, we don't really care. This, we say properties. Wait, where's the properties? I need to save the properties, that's right. Properties is scene entity tropical time. And then here we simply passport this in. Okay. So now we can say properties.animation. Okay. And we do the same thing. Okay. Scene property. Oh yeah, dot value. All right. What now? So we don't really need to update it. So we can just, I mean, we can just remove this entire function and not do anything there. Okay, and this function is handle state change. So whenever state change, we need to do something. So for explosive wall, when the state has changed to idle, activated doesn't do anything. When it has changed to destroy, we actually do a bunch of stuff. So we need to do the same things here. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is why we can't really use the health component, I guess, because the health component automatically like destroys it when the health goes down to 0. Also, we probably don't want other like spells or stuff actually destroy walls, because you have to like, it's a secret, so you can't just, you have to hit it with a weapon. But well, okay, let's just do this. Destructible tile. We don't have activated. We do have this, so we do want to basically do this here. We remove it from the physics system. We add invisible to it. That's fine. Like, I don't want to add too much weird stuff here to the health system, I guess. Well, what we could do is add a thing here where that says that, oh, when it reaches 0, you shouldn't add a death component. We should instead do something else. I don't know. I mean, okay, should destroy is actually, we could just set it to false. Oh yeah, we have should destroy. That's right. So we're looking at, are we looking at that? Oh yeah, that's in the death system, that's right. That is correct. If should destroy, we destroy it. Otherwise, we just don't do anything. Okay, cool. But we do have the death component. So what we could do actually is we could check for if the death component was added. Then we know it should be destroyed. So, well, that goes around actually having the player to that goes around the sort of attack thing, us having to check that. So what we'll do is we still need to have an update function. So actually we'll take this back. Update destructible. Alright, now let's switch on the state. So idle destroyed, we don't care. Now if it's idle, then we wanna, whoops. Come on. What's happening here? Okay. If it's idle, then we want to check if it's destroyed. So we want to say if has death component entity. And if it has the death component, we simply say device type, set state. Wait, why? Oh. And destroyed. And that's it. Actually, don't need T at all, so let's remove that. There we go. Alright. So the player hits the thing, it dies, it gets set to destroyed. When it's destroyed, it gets special handling here where it's removed from the physics system and it's set to invisible, so it won't get drawn and it won't exist basically, but it still exists as an entity because we want it to be there, because when we save we go through all entities, and if the entity is not there then it's not saved. So I mean, we could make that system different to loop through all the scene entities as well and check which one doesn't exist and then set those states to be destroyed, but that's a lot of work for not really that much to gain. So I would rather do this right now. Alright, and let's see, what else do we need to do? We don't have any more compiler errors. I guess we can just test it now. Now that was actually one example where the component system came in to save us a little bit, but it's not perfect because we don't want spells to be able to hit the thing, but I mean that could also be made into a component, I guess. Okay, so for some reason they are not showing up. Let's try, we'll kill them. Okay, so now I can go through. So I couldn't go through. I can destroy them, but they are not visible. And now they should... Okay, so they are still there. So let's check the... save file. Now, it doesn't really show here, but this is the... Wait, why is that an array? Yeah, this is the destructible wall, or the explosive wall thing. And this is the map for the tile, so it's not actually being saved. Maybe I should label those things, just to have it more easy to see what it is. Well, okay, let's fix the why they are not showing up. So the animation is, well, let's double check what the animation is. Idle brown right for all of them, right? And then we go to the actual animation here, and we have idle brown right. So that should be correct. Device not seen. Yeah, and we're just parsing the thing as a JSON, the properties, so it should be able to parse a string into here. But what we could do is we could say when we get the animation, we log that out. So let's go to initialize. Where is it? Init device. So this would be tag name of device type, and initial animation. Oops. So if we run this now, we should see what initial animation every device has. We only have these 4 devices, so check the logs. Initial animation, idle brown right. So it looks like it's loaded correctly here. Okay. Oh, no, wait. Save. Right, so we're only saving it if the state is not idle. Is it not changed from idle to destroyed? Also, why is it not being shown? Is it being changed? The initial thing is idle here, yeah. Also, hitbox is 16 by 16. Get animation. Oh yeah, also oh yeah. So okay, I forgot about this. We need to change the death settings. Do we even have death settings here? I don't think so. No. So we need to add death settings. Now these two, we don't really have an animation and sound. So I guess they could be nullable. Just set them to null. And now we can grab this out like this. So death animation, since it's a null, like I guess we return null at this point. Or you could also say, well, I think this is more better because, yeah, it's what I was gonna say is you could also say or else null, return null here, but there's so much happening in here, so better to have this out here. Death animation equals this, or else if it doesn't exist, we return null. If we don't destroy, we also return null. So now we can get rid of all this. and there we go. Actually, we could have this first, so okay. Oh yeah, and then we return this. There we go. So let's see what else. Right. So we can do if we get the def animation. And we should have the same thing here. If we have a sound, we play that sound. Okay, I know the, the variable names are stupid here, but it doesn't really matter. It's just used in this little context here. And that's only because you can't shadow any names at all in SIG. And I just wanted them to be short because I wanted this to be... I usually do this. I usually say death sound like this. Okay, let's do it for here. But for this, I have a small because I want it to fit in one line here. Alright, so no more compiler errors there. Right, so what are we doing? So we added that thing here. So now we should have should destroy is false. Now we have a death settings component. So now when we hit the thing and it's destroyed, or the death component is added, it shouldn't actually destroy the entity itself. So now we are able to actually save the entities when we quit the game, which is when we, like right now, that's how it works, just when developing here. So we destroy this. This is now here. I can't go past. I will hit these guys. Now I can go through. We will exit. We will check the file. No, it still wasn't saved. Okay. Should destroy is false. Wait, we're not even looking at should destroy here. I totally missed that. We're not actually looking at should destroy. Oh, okay. Well, also this one, the only thing it does is remove everything from it, okay. And remove the entity. So yeah, so this should be, so this should be, well, we need to get the death settings. Registry, try get death settings. Okay. I'm just thinking about a nice way to put this here, but if we have that settings, then we want to look at, why am I not getting completion here? Should destroy, there we go. Otherwise we will do this if here. Okay. This just looks... I just hate these... this is sort of like the ternaries in Zig. It's like a ternary, except you're using the if syntax without... So basically the if is like an expression, and it can evaluate into a value. However, there's no formatting when you have a long line like this. Maybe if we do this, will that work? Oh, so that works. Okay. Okay. Well, it's a little bit better, I guess. I still don't like this, but I don't know. Yeah, okay. So let's now... Actually, I need to change this. Because should destroy will take precedence. Like if should destroy is... Yeah, this is wrong. This should actually be like if should destroy is true. It should be and there's no else at that. Okay, let's just do this. Let's say is destroy at is timer up, I guess. True. So this is like, it's true if the timer has run out for destroy at. And timer up is time up. Is destroy at past. Fine. Should destroy is like if we have the death settings, we look at this and I guess we have false. It's sort of like this. Should destroy. Should destroy from death settings. If we don't have death settings, then it's true. That's right. It should always be true. That's the default. And then the actual should destroy is like, we need this to be true and this to be true. There we go. Okay. Let's see if we can destroy things now. Alright. So things can still be destroyed. Great. This is still here. We destroy it. We move through. I'm gonna check the save file. No, it's still... What? Okay, there could be another issue. Let's see. But why? Right, if we have death settings, we grab should destroy from death settings. So in the case that it's false, it should this should be false, and then this should be false, and then we don't actually destroy the entity. But it might be another issue there. Also, what I want to do is I want to go here and I want to say we set it to destroyed. I think I want to also remove the death component from here. And the death settings. Because it's going to go in there every frame. But it doesn't really matter, I don't think. But I'll just remove those. And the health component. Just to make that sort of logic stop. I don't think that will actually solve the issue though. I mean, it might. It might be something that I missed here. No, still not saved. Okay, so why is not showing up and why is it not saved? Is it actually being destroyed? Let's do this. Let's say, let's have a debug thing happening here. So let's grab the entity ID. Which is the the persistent ID from the scene. So we can check that. So we will log out, destroying, and then question mark entity ID dot no. No, let's do this instead. Entity ID, we get it out there. And now we can say, because the thing is in there. Okay. So now we should see what is being destroyed. Which we shouldn't actually see anything get destroyed, except for maybe the explosions. Wait, what did I say? Destroying? What? Oh yeah, actually. Okay, so this means it actually works. I think the spawned explosions does not show up because they don't have a persistent ID here, because they are spawned like dynamically. And so everything that actually has a persistent ID, and we can test this and say destroying non-scene entity. So we can test this by doing this to see if it actually goes in there at all. I mean, it should. It's all wired into there. Yeah. So we see a bunch of explosions. These are the explosions that it destroyed. Okay. Right, so it's not destroyed. So why is it not saved is the question. We do have a bunch of like generic code for this as well. Match devices. So this is where we read in all devices and we're looping through the fields of devices. I recently added this because we're defining the devices like this. Oh yeah, it could be... Wait. Could be here actually. Here we're not doing anything. Okay, that actually explains a lot. And I mean here, since we're just setting, basically we're just setting devices to the temp save. Instead of doing all this, we can just say, if we have this, it should be game devices. Otherwise, it should be empty. Okay, so now we don't. Now that's all automated. We don't need to worry about that. Let's try again. There we go. Now these 3 tiles are marked as being destroyed. And so if we load this in, now I can go here without. Okay, cool. Now that is all saved, but the one thing that remains is, well, one thing that remains, but that I was trying to fix here is why is it not showing up? If we start the game and we look in the log for errors, no error. Unable, successfully loaded, destructible. Wait, it should be loading indestructible tile somewhere. Or maybe I'm not logging that out actually. I'm just gonna double check this ID here. Yeah. So that should be correct. Why is it not showing up? Why is it not showing up? I'll just look through here a little bit. So we have this up. So this update animation is happening on all devices, and it just sets animation based on get animation here. Wait, what? Yeah, because this is like a edge detection. It's just called when the state has changed, so it's not being called like every frame. So this shouldn't be a problem. Structural tile. So why is it not working? The only animation it could be is the actual property animation here. And it looked like it was correct. It looked like it pulled the correct animation out. And the container, the animation source is destructible tile. The texture is correct. No, it's not correct. The texture is wrong. The texture is wrong. This is tile set initial. Oh man, okay. Now this is why the texture should be bound to the animation, which it is. We can get the texture from the animation. I guess it's actually possible. The animation like this, well, this is just an ID, I think. Yeah, and then we get this as well. Yeah, so here we have texture ID, so we can technically get the texture from here instead. But that's not how we do it. Okay, let's see now. No. Oh wait, they are destroyed. So let's disable the code that loads in these. Whoops. I don't want to organize imports. I want to fix all. Let's also remove this so we can so the destructible wall is gone. Okay. Okay, you see something at least. It's not correct. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it should be correct texture. And the animation, I mean, it might be something with animation. Yeah. So animation system is like the one thing we did change was the get frame rectangle, I think. Current frame, like the source rectangle. Here we go. So get texture component, get frame source rectangle. This part, so we did change it, but there's something wrong here. I'll just check here. So we have grid position times grid size plus spacing times 2 plus offset. Now this is the same thing here. Grid size times grid position plus spacing times 2 plus offset. That should be the same, right? No, it's the other way around. Oh, it's grid size in here. This is grid size here. And this is grid position here. There we go. Interesting, that had no effect. I mean, of course, spacing is like 0 for everything else, but it had no effect on... Yeah. I guess it worked out. Oh, we got some crash. Actually, we should be seeing it here. No field name, grid position. Oh yeah, this is frame, dot grid position, and this is grid size. There we go. No more errors. All right. Okay, there we go. Now it just looks like a normal wall here. Oh, except the player is like in front of it, so that's a huge... Well, actually, I'm not sure if I want the... I mean, if you look at this, is the player supposed to be in front, or... I don't actually know what's the best. I've made it so that the player always is like behind the walls. Maybe that's bad. That feels kind of bad, actually. Maybe. Because you probably want to be able to see the animations here. It should be behind? Like, you mean the player or the wall? Like, you probably want to see the... Don't you want to see the attack in front? Or... And also now what we can do is we can say, let's go device destructible tile. Yeah, we can add a couple of hits to that as well if you want. And then we have to have some sort of thing that shows it's being destroyed. Why is this taking so long? Because otherwise your players will hit the wall once and they see that, okay, nothing happens, so they just move on. See here? Even twice, they don't try a third time. Okay. Yeah, but that's easy. Okay, play behind the wall. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, hello, Neurosite. How's it going? Adds more feeling of depth when the player's behind the terrain. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's why I put it behind. But then I realized maybe it hides stuff. I don't know. I don't remember how it was in Dead Cells. Out of the Sky Scroll. Yeah. I could check it out. I mean, it's easily fixed, so it's not really a huge issue. Probably, maybe something that's happening later. But okay. So, but the issue now is that these should definitely be like in the same layer as the sort of wall. So. And it is possible to do that. It's just that well, okay, let's see if we can actually do that. So let's go to, so here's the draw layer. I mean, we could just add 1 or 2 to it to fix it, but that's not really a good way to fix it. So the draw layer for the destructible tile, that's actually, the thing is also the other devices should also be like at the same layer, I think, probably. Well, I guess it depends on how you want it to be. But if we, for example, if we take back this thing here, and so this one is also behind the player, which could make sense. Since they are interactable, should the breakable walls be the same Z index as monsters? No, they should be the same as the wall, because otherwise it's too easy to spot them. So here I'm in front of this, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that. But this is bad, because you can easily see, oh, this is just a wall that I can go through now. Let's see, we can fix it like this. If we set all devices to be in front of the player, so init device, this takes the draw layer from, I mean, we're passing the draw layer here. Maybe we should pass 2 draw layers. One is behind and one is front. I don't know. I'm not really sure how to handle this. Maybe it should be set in the scene based on things there. Like what would be a good organization, I guess, for it. This thing though, we do have the possibility of like micromanaging this as well. Like for example, doors could be in front. Yeah, so we already have 2 layers now, one for monsters, one for items. Monsters are behind the player, or they are, I guess, yeah, the player's in front of the monsters, I believe, yeah. And the item is in front of the player. I'll add like draw layer devices. And I don't care if it's plural here. Okay, and here we can use device draw layer. Now. There we go. And we can even say, okay, maybe the toggle should be in front. Then we can go back. Also this, but the doors and the tiles should be or they should be in front of the player, yeah. Okay, so now we're in front here. And here we are behind, yeah. Cool. All right, so let's make these. Let's go back. Health. Let's go back to 1 there. Okay, and then because I do want to add, like, you hit it once, it's gonna sort of show that it's cracking up, or it's cracking, and then you know that, okay, I can hit it again. But I'm gonna set it to 1 for now. Now the next feature that I want to add is basically, I mean, if you go down here, this part, I want this to be sort of hidden. Well, it's not that important for the destructible wall, I guess, since you see it and you know that it's something behind here. However, it's sort of, I like it when it's, of course, to hide this sort of, if there's a secret behind here, let's say. I mean, let's say we move this down here, because this is like a secret over here. And I will set the, we'll have to set the, this to be left. Also, this should like change. What about this tile down here? It should basically change the tile based on the thing. Like, all these tiles should be sort of hidden as well. I guess this whole part should be like blacked out. So this is the sort of feature that I want to have. Like, before these are destroyed, I want an area over here that is connected to these ones, and these ones should also be like connected together as well as one destructible wall, you know. But once you destroy these, then this sort of secret is revealed, you know. So that's, but I'm not sure exactly how that should be working yet. Another thing you could do is, I guess you could also always have the secrets at the edge of the map, so that when you destroy it, you don't really care about having these kind of secret things, and instead you just go to the next area. But yeah, this is a little bit more fun, I guess. Yeah, that was my controller that acted up there. And so now there's a secret here. And at first it should be like all hidden, but then when you destroy the tiles, it should like open up and reveal this part. And what I'm thinking is maybe a new type of structure, like a new type of thing in the scene. Like, you could maybe define areas. Like, let's say I want to like, I'm drawing a rectangle. Let's say I'm drawing a rectangle over here, so I'm drawing this rectangle here and maybe another rectangle over here, and then I'll say that, okay, I can name this rectangle, or they're just gonna have like IDs to them, and then these guys are gonna have I can add a property which is gonna be a list of rectangles that it's gonna sort of reveal once they are destroyed. And then in the game code, it's gonna look at, okay, we have a couple of rectangles here. They are actually, they could be entities technically, because the entity, I mean, we could add them as entities, and if we don't have like a scale for the entities yet, and there's no way to sort of rescale an entity easily. I could add that feature though. But they could be entities, because if they're entities, we can add properties to them as well. And the property could include something like, what type of rectangle is this? Or we just encode it in the entity. Like this is a fog of war kind of like rectangle. And then the game knows, okay, it should hide, basically. It should paint a black square or whatever over it or something. I don't know. And then when we kill this, the entity, and they are gonna fade away. And then also the camera boundary should change, but I haven't implemented camera boundary either yet. So that's also gonna be something. I'm just trying to figure out how to do this. But I think this is one of those things that I would have to think about in my spare time or off stream. I like to solve those things off stream because it's, yeah, I can focus better. There's also, you get a lot of duck programming experience when you're just talking and hearing out loud the different things that you're trying to do. But yeah, there would be a lot of new things to the editor, which is nice to add as well, to upgrade the editor a little bit to be able to do those things, which is kind of the way I'm doing these things. I'm adding stuff to the editor as the requirements are revealing themselves. So what we need is, in that case, to make it work with entities, is we need to add scaling to the entities so that they can be scaled. We need to add, well, it would be nice to have like scaling controls here so that you can easily sort of grab one end and scale it up and down or whatever. Another thing we need is a new type of property, which would be the list property or array property. So we add a new property. We need an array type here, which shouldn't be that much of a problem to add. I guess we need like array and then also the subtype, and then it's just gonna be like the same thing, except it's a list and you can manipulate the array. And yeah, and then for this specific thing, then we can define those entities as large rectangles here and here. We can add a special type of entity, which is like a fog of war. We can set these things to sort of activate those fogs of war to remove them. Yeah. Yeah, because we're utilizing a lot of things that we already built here, so that could be the way to go. And it's probably things that I want to have anyway. Okay, let's just start by, I'm just gonna add a new entity type, fog of war. I'm not sure what to call it. Fog of war is more like, you know, Warcraft type thing, but whatever. Fog of war. Okay, and that is just a black square, I guess. Let's just use the tile set here. Actually, let's just use 8 by 8. It doesn't need to be. No, it has. Well, okay, let's use 1 by 1. Okay, and then it's a black little thing there. This is fog of war. Okay, and then property. So does it need to have a property? I don't think it needs to have a property. Well, we'll figure it out. We could add it later anyway. Okay, so now we got our Frog of War entity. And then okay, now for the for the destructible tile thing, we could add a property here that says like activate. So we could have a list then of other entities that they are gonna be activating. But we need array type properties for that, so I need to implement that. But let's do it. Okay, we're gonna need that anyway because that's a really nice thing to have. Property. No, property. Here's the properties. So we're gonna add an array. Let's just copy this. This should be fine. All right, now this is a description of the array. So basically, when we first create the this is sort of the template. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. This also has like the values in it, so it's both the template and the actual value. So this needs a subtype. So that's actually an input that we don't really have. We don't really have a. Well, this could just be a property. Wait, don't we have this? It's just a. Well, let's go to layout property type. Combo from enum property type. Right, active tag. Right, so we're just using the tag of the thing. Okay. Yeah. So this should just be the tag of property. This property is no tag of property type. Property type. Here's the property type. Oh, we already have the tag. It's property type tag. Okay, I'm just not paying attention here. So this should be type property type tag. So that's what that is there. And then we don't have fields. We have elements or items or whatever you want to call it. But this is yeah. So so fields. So the so let's see. Wait, this is this is both like so this is like the default values that you get here. Now for the array, it's like, do we really want to have like a default for that? But let's just have this. what should this be? Like, let's see. I think all of these need to be serializable, so we can't use just an array list here. We can use something else though. But what would that be? We can use I mean, we can just use a simple slice, but that's... Well, I guess we can. Okay, let's just use a simple slice. Whatever. Let's start there and we'll see where we end up, because I need to think this through here a little bit. So I think we'll set the default type to float. The fields are gonna be just, you know, empty. Oh, this is gonna be array. Yes. All right. Get by key. That doesn't make sense. It should be like get by index. Oh. It's also called fields, which is not correct. Should be called like items. Let's call it items, whatever. Self items. If the length is, well, if index is more than or equal to length, we return null. Okay, we don't need an allocator, and we don't need to. Well, yeah, okay, so we're returning a pointer, I guess. I'm not even sure which functions we're gonna need, so I'm just filling in these things here. We don't really have an iterator. We don't really need an iterator, so we can just remove this. Get by index is like, it's not really that necessary, I guess. This is just remove this. Delete property. Right, so this one is actually interesting. So we want to be able to delete item with the index something here, and then we say if index is more than or equal to item's length, that we return. We don't need an allocate. Well, we might need an allocator actually, because the value might need to be the initial. Yeah. And so we grab out. Okay, this is where having a array list is nice. But what we can do is we can say standard. There's some kind of list here. Wait, what is this? Segmented list. Stack data structure pointers in the same lifetimes as data structure. Unlike array list, append validates all. Oh, okay. Trade-offs elements are not guaranteed to be contiguous. Oh, it's like a rope, I guess. Okay. Well, anyway. Well, this data structure is, however, most elements are contiguous, so it's cache friendly. Okay. That's actually really interesting. I did not know this existed. Well, cool. But that's not what I wanted to do. Bounded array. No, I want like... Actually, we could do an array list unmanaged. And we can say... Wait, that's not going to be property, right? Or is it going to be property, actually? Yeah, it is going to be property, yeah. From own slice. So we're putting this... We're just doing this. Because the only thing this does is basically... It just returns a new struct like this. And we can basically use... It doesn't cost that much to just turn the slice into this. Do some operations. And then... setting the slice to whatever. Now the thing is, now this takes over ownership here, yeah. So that's also good because then we don't need to worry about ourselves there. Well, it's good to know how it actually works here. So this is now the array list there, and at the end. Well, what we want to do is we want to grab out the entry or the item from... I mean, I guess we can still use this here. And I will say initialize. Yeah. And then we'll say array list, and now we can perform operations here. So we can say swap remove, for example. Well, we don't want to do swap remove. We want to do order remove index, and then you get the item out. Oh, so you can do this. That's even better. So you get the item out. Order remove is making sure that the order is maintained. So you can still it can still look nice in the editor. And then we initialize the item and we say self.items equal to array list to own slice, which for some reason we need an allocator here. I don't think we needed allocator before. For this function, caller owns return memory, empties array list if capacity is cleared, making the initialize safe but unnecessary to call. Oh, the capacity is cleared. Right. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I might misremember that. So this could be an error, but we just do this because it can be like it can be like a out of memory error, and those we just catch unreachable on. Okay, and then that should be fine. All right. What else? Add new. So this should just append at the end. So we could do this. So the thing about doing it like this is basically we don't really have like capacity and stuff like that. So when we add a new one, we have to like always reallocate it probably, but it doesn't really matter that much because it's an operation that happens where like it happens very seldom. So generate new property. No, we don't have a name. What we have is we have an array list, and then we have append, and then we have a new item here. and then we catch unreachable. And then we say to on slice. Okay. Add new item. There we go. This one we can just remove because that's only for the object. Stringify should be yeah, it's just writing the array list. Maybe we should write, we need like the type as well. So it should actually be a struct. Yeah, so we can just do this. We can just do this, and that should be fine. We just stringify like this. We don't even need special handling here. Cloning, we will just clone. Well, we don't. There's no cloning. We just do a dupe. Well, we do a dupe, and then we have to clone each property as well. So clone items. So dupe. So that fills the memory as well, I think. Right. It copies it to new allocate. Yeah. And then we need to populate that with cloned version. So we want to say item is, we need an index here as well. So self.items i.clone. Alright. Because we need to clone anything that has been allocated within, we need to clone that as well. Okay, deinitialize. We will simply loop through items and call deinitialize on those. And this needs to be a pointer. There we go. I actually kind of like this pattern, like just having a slice, and then whenever you need to do operations, you make it into an array list, because it's just way easier to serialize that type. Now, the one thing that you, as I said before, that you lose by doing that is, well, for one, every operation you need to do this conversion here. It's not really costing that much, but then you also do this conversion back to on slice. So it's like it does cost a little bit more, but if you have this sort of thing that you need to have serialized, but you still want to be able to manipulate it easily, you can do this. Maybe there's another way as well, but I'm just doing this right now. I mean, you can also have a custom serialization function that actually serializes the thing into a serializable struct, but yeah, this had so little operations, and the operations themselves doesn't happen that often, so this seems fine. And we don't have a key type. We don't do anything with the allocator. All right. Now that should be everything we need there. Now the thing is, what's gonna happen? Like, let's say you populate it with a bunch of items, and then you change the type. That's gonna be a mess. So I think if we change the type, we should also clear out the items. So let's make a function for that. Set type
subtype. Self.type equal to new subtype, and then we just we need the allocator as well. We basically just free. Wait, we do initialize and set this to an empty slice. Okay, we're gonna get a whole bunch of compiler errors later because the LSP doesn't work for this project right now. Well, the diagnostics doesn't work anyway. Okay, so that's property array. Now we need to also support it in the layout. So let's add this here, property array. I'm just gonna copy this array. Okay. Right, so plus array add new item. Right, and then we don't have an iterator, we just loop through the items. And it should be a pointer. Right. This is a key, but it should be now it should be like a use size. We don't have key, we don't have, well, we could make this into index actually, because we need the index. Well, actually we can just use I for that. Value is just item, so let's just rename that and delete that. Okay. Tree node, yeah. So because the item itself is a property, it should be some sort of tree-like thing here, I think. So all of these are tree nodes. That means they can be expanded. They can have children. And we have ID on everything. This should be the same, but it looks stupid in the actual editor. But they should probably be the index and not the ID though. Wait, but this needs a string. God damn it. Okay, whatever, let's just use the ID. Editor mode, can edit property schema. Yeah, delete property. So delete item. We delete this item there. We just set the index there. Then we have a key, which we don't really have. So for arrays, so we can just remove that. And this, I mean, I guess we could also, I really want to fix this there. Okay, I guess we could show the index, I guess. delete item. Whatever. Let's just remove let's remove this. All right, and then let's see here. We are checking the property type. Now this is not item property. This is the array subtype. Okay. And then here set subtype from on the array. Except this is not supposed to be here. This is supposed to be like this is supposed to be like here, because it's supposed to be like on the array. You choose the type there. So we have a combo from enum type on the property type. We set the subtype there. If we can't edit the schema, we just show the type. All right, and then we go through all the items. We have a tree node. If we can edit, then we can delete it. And then we also have, yeah, just the same thing here actually, because this is a property. This takes a property. So this is actually done now. Except here, delete array. Type is array.subtype. Okay, so now we have support for that. Now, one thing that we need to do, since we updated the properties, we actually need to... Well, no, we don't really need to do anything with the versions, I don't think, because the this is like a new thing, so it shouldn't exist before. It's just a new option to whatever type you can have. Yeah, so that should not be an issue, I don't think. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else we need to do here. Okay, I guess we'll just try to run it and see. Alright, I did expect some compiler errors here. Entity type property 271. Expected found const. Yeah, so wait, 271. Array lists. Oh, this needs to be var array list. Okay. And the item needs to, well, that's a pointer, I think. No. Okay, that needs to be var as well. There we go. All right, let's see. Found type. Where is this happening? Layout property 126. This one. Oh yeah, but this is just an enum, so actually we don't. We can just say. Well, the thing is, like, must be, okay, so must be a pointer to an enum value. So what I want to know is it actually setting the value? Must be a pointer to an enum value that is backed by some kind of integer safely cast into i32. Is it changing the value though? Or is it just not doing anything?
well, we don't need to call active tag. We just need to do this. I guess that should be fine. Well, I know here we actually... No, that's just a straight up thing. Okay. Let's go... Oh no, let's go here. And let's try it out. Okay, we got an array. Oh. Programmer error. Oh no. 2 visible items with conflicting ID. Right. Oh, they're both called type. Well, why is this here though? This should be like in the tree. Or do I just have like duplicate? Did I not remove that thing? Why do we have 2? Oh, because one is the... Alright, one is the property type and one is the array subtype. I see. Okay, yeah, let's add this array. Okay, there we go. So this is a subtype, so let's set that to an entity reference. And then we can add an item. So now we can add like, this is sort of like adding, oh, well this is wrong. Oh, I see. When, okay, yeah, here's a bug. It just adds the property as a float. So that's wrong. So, but the adding and deleting items works. But this is supposed to be like the default values. But we should definitely set the type to whatever subtype we've set. So let's go back to our property array here. And when we add new item, it's gonna be well, what is, oh, it doesn't understand there. Init, let's say init with type. And I'm just gonna say property type here. Or do we do tag? Because then we can say oh no, now that needs to be, it needs to be com time now. Okay, yeah. Well, let's just do property type, I guess. But actually we could have tag, and what we could do is just, oh yeah, we could just do switch property type, and we can do inline else. I think you have to have these here. Let's just say, let's just do this inline else, and then we get the tag out there. Right, so now this is actually com time now. So we can do property type now there, and we say tag name, oops, t, and then dot empty, because everyone should have dot empty. Hopefully this will work, we'll see. Oops, and then we go back here and we say property type there. I guess we can call this property. Okay.
And now we need to call this. And the type is gonna be, well, the type is subtype. Yeah. All right. Actually, maybe when we set the subtype, maybe we don't clear out the list. Maybe we just change the type. It's not gonna be. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of use cases to have like default values in a list, but well, anyway, let's see if this compiles now. Doesn't help just to spam the start button. Property 41. Right, so what's the issue here? Expected, no, struct has no string member empty. Property string, okay. So property string is missing the empty thing. Oh yeah, because it doesn't have, it needs an allocator. Right. Well, I guess we can have a, a special case for that. Do we have an allocator here? Yes. So let's just have a special case for string. And we'll just do .init allocator. And the reason is basically the string has like a built-in capacity of 256. So we need to allocate it. I mean, I guess technically we could have it as an array, maybe. Type enum literal is not a function. Okay, yeah, I think this is like a bug. I'm not sure. I've encountered this. Maybe it's because it doesn't know which one it is. I don't know. No, it should know the type from here. Right? Oh, but we are... No, because we're defining a property. That's right. That is correct. But we can do this. Yeah, that was not a bug. Sorry. String... No, string is equal. But I did encounter another case where it said that when it was probably a bug. So enum there is no function. It still says enum there is no function. No, but this is the property type. This is about. Oh, you know what? It doesn't know what it's supposed to be, so we have to do this. It doesn't know it's supposed to be a property type, I don't think. I think that's the issue. Yeah. Okay, and now we encounter entity references also. This one doesn't have empty. It should have. I mean, let's just do this. Oh, but we do have init. Oh, I see. So that was the pattern. Well, okay, whatever. Let's introduce this pattern. An asset reference is. I like this pattern here, where you have the default values like this, because then you don't need to say them down here. Even if you have like an init function, this just returns empty. But this new pattern for like 0.14, where you can have declarations like this and use them like this, and then you can have like a function that does something else, like an init function, and it initializes in the correct way depending on how you want the data to be sort of defined. And so you should avoid using this and use like built-in things instead. Okay, you have empty. You have empty. Okay, let's try now. Oh, well, it launches. Array. Okay, so it's a float. So now these are floats. Let's try, if we add, let's say we add a couple of items. We change this, it gets deleted. Let's say we add, so that we can even have like nested array of arrays, right? And then this is an array of arrays. Yeah, stop it now. Okay, we can delete this. We can say, let's see. It's also interesting to see if we get leaks now after all this. So this would be entity reference. Right, so now this is an entity reference. It doesn't really have anything, so it doesn't make sense to add more items or things there. So we save this. Now we'll go back here and we have to delete these things now and re-add them, because I don't have, it doesn't propagate sort of the changes to the properties yet. But yeah, okay, there's default ideal brown left, so that should be fine. And then now we have this new array property, but we don't have a way of adding items here, which we should have. Yeah, so oh, I think we do have leaks. 2 leaks only. Okay. And we should deallocate, we should free items. Well, we can't free it if it's like this. Oh man. Maybe it should be nullable then. Is there a way to check if it's this, if it's static like this? If it's like a sig check if slice is, I mean, I guess if it's empty, okay, yeah, if the length is 0, I guess we can just ignore it. If the length is more than 0, we free. There we go. And then we also do this just in case. All right. So that should take care of that. Now deleting also initialize the item itself, so that should be good. Yeah. And now we don't need to do this because we're doing it in here. Okay. Well, okay. So now in the layout, we need to add also the ability to add new items. So it's not actually, we're not editing the property schema, we're actually editing the instance of it. And we can do it both ways, I guess. Actually, one thing that I want to try is if you add default values, will it just copy those over. We'll see. Oh, okay. I know what's going on. So in the versions, I actually need to add. This is kind of ugly here. Where we shouldn't. Wait. Yeah, we shouldn't actually edit these files. They should be like static, or they should be like frozen in time. However. Since it's a new property, it's not affecting anything that's already existing. We can just say that, oh, it was always there. No one used it. Array. Now so we have items. Which is yeah, that's property 0, and then we have subtype, which is, I mean, it's the field tag of this type here. Let's actually make this union num. That's the tag of that. There we go. All right. So now it should just exist as a type there. Depends on itself. Okay. How do we do it here then? This is a multi-array list. Wait, okay. Let's check here. What is the issue here? So array data depends on itself, string context. No, array hash map. Reference by data list, array hash map. Property object 0. How is this all of a sudden an issue? Like, let's say we remove this. Is this still an issue? So what we did was yeah, the property that this is now broken out into its own type here. It shouldn't be an issue now. It's the array that makes it an issue. Yeah.
Because the object property can still have, like, it still references itself. Is an array hash map of properties, which includes property types, which includes property object 0 again. So it's only a problem for this array here. Or I mean, it's a slice. What? Is it a subtype? Okay, let's try this. Let's just make a property type tag. No. Wait, something else now. Expected union error found. Property. Where is this? Field type. Upgrade object. Oh, I see. We need to check here what type it is. Wait, upgrade. T. Oh, that's the original type, I think. Okay. Okay, I need to remember what this was. So this is basically the upgrade system. It's tries to automate a bunch of stuff when you have a save file or a JSON file in one version, but then you upgrade the version, so you introduce a new thing like we're doing here, and you can bump the version and then introduce a new type for the new version, and then this system will basically use a bunch of dependency action and automated default upgrading magic to automatically upgrade to the new version of the thing, of the document, the JSON file. So one of the things here is like when we encounter a struct, we always assume it's
an object, but now it's not, I guess. But I just need to find my footing here a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna just grab a cup of coffee and I'll be right back. Let's see here. So, upgrade value. Right, so T should be like the original value that we're trying to work with. Yeah, that's an upgrade container, yeah, that's right. And then we have allocator. Source is like the value, that's like the sort of struct that we try to upgrade to the new version. Container is like the dependency injection container, where we have like if you want a certain way to upgrade something, you can add it to the container and we will find it and apply it as we look through like objects and structs and stuff. But actually this should be like, this is for like generic structures. It's not only for properties. So we're looking through here. Now what did the thing say? Expected struct union error set or enum type found array or slice, I mean. Right. So this is from upgrade 243. Right. So it's actually, is it the call to field type? That is, yeah, it's a call to field type. So it's a pointer. Oh, we're trying to look for items. Wait, what the hell? Upgrade list. Oh, okay, okay. Let's go over to, well, let's go to entity type versions 0. So here, for example, here we have like a name, that's a string. Or sometimes we have a list. Or where would we have that? Like in scene documents, scene version 0. So we have a sort of convention. Sometimes, like here, for example, we have entities. This is a list of entities, which is always in a this format, slice of const, I think. So the thing is, for property arrays, this should be constant. This has to be const. That's one thing. But then, is that it? And we should really have a better error message in that case. It tries to access field type dot items. Oh, because it tries to, okay, I see what's going on. So it just thinks that the original thing is okay. So I actually built in sort of a serialization here, you could say. Okay, but that makes things a lot easier. I actually forgot that I did this. So actually this could be yeah, well, it could be an array list unmanaged. I think it has empty there, yeah. Okay, so it can be that, right, I forgot about that. So let's see. Right, so when we serialize and stuff, it's automatically handled. Okay, cool. But if you didn't have that system, then you could do it like what we did before, what I did before there. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say when we deinitialize, we want to deinitialize all the items. It's actually gonna be items dot item now. And then we don't need to do this. What we need to do is say items deinitialize. Actually, I want to do clear and free. There we go. So the initialize will basically do the bare minimum. It deallocates the list, but this one will actually zero out. It will set capacity to 0. So you don't get into the weird situation where after you've deinitialized it, it still thinks that it has capacity and stuff. Cloning, so this would be sort of the same thing, except we just except we say items clone, which will create a copy. Yeah, so that will basically be the same thing. There we go, and the rest should be fine, except we need to do items now. Okay, it looks a bit weird there, but and add new item. We don't need to create a new array list. We don't need to set. We just need to append on self.items. And same thing here. We don't need to create this. We say self.items order remove. We initialize. We don't need to set it. So there's way less code, I guess, as well. Okay, let's try it now. Probably some issues in the layout. Yeah, layout property. This needs to be items.items now. No, wait, that's a type property. 281. Oh, there we go. All right, it's launching. Does it work though? Okay. Okay, now we have a array here, except the type is float. Well, let's see. What did we say it should be? Entity reference. Okay. Let's try and create a new fresh thing. It says float. Also, it says, well, type is array, and the subtype should be, oh, is this because this is different? No. Well, it does think it's a float, so. Also, why this is different? Oh yeah, because it's like we have one version of the layout where we can edit stuff, another that we don't. This should actually be subtype here. Yeah, okay. But why is the subtype not saved properly? Or it's not like restored, or well, it's not like set properly. So when we create a new entity, we have, I forgot where we do this. Here, I think. Nice name there. Scene document handle input create entity from assets manager. Yes. So here we create the entity here, yes. And we just append it. Okay. Where's the properties? I forgot how this worked. The properties. Wait. Property editor. So this one is called from entity type, and the scene here is, so if it's custom, the entity instance is equal to custom. Yeah, that's true. Hello, chill guy. Welcome. How's it going? It's going good. We're adding some features to the game editor that I'm making here for my game. How are you doing? Let's see, property editor. Yeah, so we're just calling it on custom. Right. Create entity. Alright, so the entity type is from here, but that's just a tag. Wait, no, here's the init for custom. Yes, okay, so here we go. So here we take the properties, or we create the properties here. We're checking, we're grabbing out this, we're cloning. So it's in the clone function, okay. Looks great, keep going. Yeah, thanks. Are you a developer? Let's see, clone. Which one is this? This is property, yes. And now we should be property array clone. Are we properly cloning everything? Oh, we're not setting. Okay, we're not. So this is one thing here that I don't have a pretty good solution, I guess. Is the cloning thing, because it's like if we could detect what needs to be allocated and what needs to be cloned automatically, then you can automate this whole clone thing. But yeah. Okay, subtype. What you could do is you could also set this to self. That would basically copy all the properties over. But that's also a bit dangerous, because if you're forgetting to copy the items, then you're probably gonna reach into unallocated memory at some point. So I'm opting to not actually do that. I guess what you could also do, you could switch on, or what you could do, maybe you could do like a inline, no. Okay, this is kind of stupid. You could do inline for fields on self, and then switch on the field. No, I want field enum. Can you switch on a type, or no? I want to loop through the tags. Actually, well, tags. Yeah, tags. Does this take a type? Yeah, so type. So tags of this. No, that's the same
think, no, maybe not. Yeah, so we get the enum, we get the tags of the enum. This is now a tag. And we switch on the tag. And now the compiler enforces us to have a case for each tag. But this is just, I mean, it's like a n squared thing happening here, so it feels really stupid. But this could sort of be used to enforce that you're handling each field separately. There could be other ways. Probably could be other ways to do it as well. Wait, could you do this? Could you have like I'm just gonna say the clone. So let's do I know that there is something in enum which is like enum. Wait, isn't there like enums values from fields, values, namecast. You could do enum field struct. Okay. And the thing is property array. Well, it's let's just say this. And the data, could you say it's gonna be a function? So this is gonna be sort of a cloning function that takes the field or the source. So this is gonna be property. Well, this is gonna take this and produce. Well, this won't work because it's gonna produce the field type, but we don't have access to which field it is. I guess this could be any type then. Well, it can't be any type, I guess. Okay, my idea was to create a struct that has functions on it that handle each one. So then, because if you create this clone here, actually this could be like any opaque, I guess, or no. Can we do this? Field default, no. And then you have like, this is clone. But now the thing that I wanted to do is now the compiler will actually see that, oh, you're missing whatever field here. You're missing subtype, you're missing items. So it's gonna tell you which fields you're actually missing here. Here, yeah. So unused local, yeah. Access to unit field, well, struct is active. Okay, that's not the error that I was looking for. Okay, maybe it didn't work. But the idea is this the same. So it's gonna complain, okay, you need to add subtypes, items, and then you add like handlers for that automatically, or not automatically, but you're kind of forced to handle the new things. All right, anyway, so now the subtype should be copied over there. So let's see. This is now entity reference, and well, we need to recreate these now. There we go. Now it's entity reference. So we'll all of those there. Now the thing is, I think maybe I have one conundrum left though with the system, but I'll just say how I want it to work here first. Wait, did it actually get added somewhere here? Oh man. Okay, this was maybe a mistake. So what I need to do is I need to add scale to all entities as well. So that I can scale them. And we need to go to scene persistent data. And well, it's gonna be in this one, I think, or maybe even over here. Yeah, we could add scale here. Should scale be a vector or... Yeah, just have it as a vector, that's fine. In it, I'm just gonna say, well, we don't have that, so say 1. Okay. Oh, this is, okay. This is maybe a better way to do it. Look at this. This is how you could do it, maybe even. I mean, I don't know what I was trying to do there. This now automatically says, okay, you're missing this. Okay. But unless you have a default value, I guess. Unless you have a default value. Yeah. But yeah, it was a good way of doing it. Okay. So. Now we have scale there. Now we actually need to update the scene. We actually need to update the scene document version now. So scene. We need to go over. No, scene persistent data. We need to add this, which we don't have, so we need to create it. It's 1 to 2. We need to create version number 2. So this whole system is still, I mean, it's a little bit on trial right now. There we go. Right. Entities 1 should exist now, but we should do entities 2. No, 1 entities 2. Okay, but the entities 2, okay, it has updated, so we actually need to do this. And we'll go over to entities 1 or entities 0. Okay, I wanna grab this, put that in entity type 0. There we go. And then let's also add that here, entity type 1. No wait, this is 2, yeah. There we go. And then entities 2 is, well, okay, yeah, so let's go to entity, yeah,
yeah, let's copy this. And then this is entity type 2. But the thing that we change is we add a scale. Alright. Okay, so now we have a new frozen version of the thing. Now for upgrading the version, we basically don't need to do that much. We cannot do this. We have to now update the entities. So actually we need the allocator. Let's allocate entities to, actually I want to see animation. No. Where do we have any example of this actually being used properly here? Right, so here's an example of using the dependency action system. So we're adding to the container a layer upgrader, and then we get a new container out. So basically making a scope in the dependency action system. And then we're passing in that to upgrading the tile map over here. So we basically don't need to do any specific things in here. The dependency action system or the upgrade system will go into tile map itself, and it will sort of handle this case for us. And what we're adding here is the layer upgrader. Now the upgrader is basically functioning like this. It has a function that it takes all the functions in the struct. Well, the upgrade system will look for functions in the upgrader struct here that matches a certain pattern. So first we have the allocator, then we have the from type that you're trying to upgrade from, and then the return type is the type that you're upgrading to. So if it finds a match, then it's gonna apply this upgrade function on the thing. So it's very magical, you know, but it is sort of like a dependency action system, and then this handles the upgrade here from the thing. And the thing, this looks a bit weird in here, because what we did here is we had a one-dimensional, we had the tiles of the tile map was in a one-dimensional array, and then we updated that to be a two-dimensional array. So in order to upgrade from a one-dimensional to a two-dimensional array, we do this algorithm here, and then return the new version down here. And so we could do the same thing technically over at this part to add an upgrader that upgrades entities to the next thing. So we could say, okay, entity upgrader. We have a function called upgrade entity, and we'll take an allocator. We'll take the from, which is entities 1, which we need to then import from 1. And then we also need entities 2, which is in number 2 there. Alright, and then we will say we will return entities 2, and we'll also, this is a container. Alright, so now we have the means to do that. Oh yeah, this is the upgrade package or module container there. Okay, so now we have the means to actually upgrade. It's gonna upgrade one entity, which is, or I mean not one entity, it's gonna upgrade one, yeah,
It's gonna upgrade one entity. This is like, it says entities here. Wait. Yeah, because this is a list of entities. So this is actually wrong. This is like entity and not entities. No. Entity 0. Oh, that was confusing. Okay. Let's change this. Also, this changed. Okay, I'm just gonna fix this real quick here. Scene 2. This is entity 2. Alright. Entity 1. No, but this is now, this is this. Yeah, so it's, yeah. Entities is that, yeah. Okay, and then in, well, actually, oh yeah, thank you for the follow, Dave VLR and Neck M23. Welcome. Let's see. Right, and now this should be a slice there. Yeah, that's right. Okay, that was a bit confusing there for a second, but now it's all sorted out. Right, now this is entity 1 and this is entity 2. Okay, there we go. Now we're doing it. So, because this is an entity upgrader from one entity to another entity, and this is a list of entities, we don't need, since the upgrade system will handle this for us, we don't need to allocate this as a new list, I don't think, anyway. Well, actually, maybe we do. No, we can't just set this to previous entity. Wait. No, this doesn't make sense. The layer upgrade works for one layer. The time map upgrades the whole time map. That's right. This time map has layer 1, which is one thing. But if we, and then this is 0. Right, so it's upgrading it's upgrading the struct that is like holding the array, and that makes sense because you have to like, yeah, I'm having a hard time explaining this, but wait, no, okay, whatever. Let's go back. So we can't actually just update one entity. We have to update the whole thing here. We have to like update the whole entities here, because the thing is that this list is this entity 2 is different from entity 1. It has more data in it, so we can't just, you know, use the same array and populate that. We have to create a new array. So I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna don't care about this. We're gonna make a new entities list using the allocator instead. So we're gonna allocate entity 2, and the length is gonna be previous entity's length. Alright. So now we got those entities. So now we can we just set those there. And then we just loop through previous entities. The length here, we just loop through those, and we just set entities I is equal to well, now technically we could use an upgrader, but I'm just gonna inline it here. So this would be an entity 2, right? So it's I just need to copy over these things here. Oh, this is entity ID.
p. Oops. Position. Scale. Well, this okay. Scale is the new thing, so we have to just do this and type. All right. Yeah, and also we need to free the original list as well. There we go. Okay, so that's the upgrader there. Let's go back to scene, persistent data. So we just add the upgrader here. Now one last thing that we need to do is bump the version itself as well. Where is that thing? It's over here. So now it's version 2. And if you forget to do that, then it's gonna complain that the version doesn't match, I think. All right. Okay, so now we have a new version there. It should upgrade the original scenes automatically. I do want to add another feature that add a button or something at the project level, which goes through and just saves every document, because they won't automatically upgrade to the next version unless you save the document. And that means the game code is gonna also have like different versions of the scene files. So instead of having the game code being able to handle all different versions, we're just gonna have it being able to handle the latest version. And yeah, upgrade all the documents instead. All right, so now we have scale in the data. Now we need to have it in the layout. So where is that? We should have like an entity here, entity details. So we have text, we have the type of the entity, we have the name of the custom entity. We have different things for tiles, for different things here. We're gonna add a scale input, which is basically just this, yeah. A scale input for selected entity dot scale. Oh, that's a float. Oh, it needs to be a float, of course. Of course, it needs to be a float. So I think that will work. That will probably work in the upgrade system. It's gonna complain otherwise. But okay, so now we have that. Let's see if we can run it. Nope.
Upgrade to 52. Wait, expected F32, found I32. Oh yeah, so we need to upgrade them, or we need to set the types here. Version 2. This is vector 2. Alright, what's happening now? Wait, what's this? Error parsing JSON. Unexpected token items. No, why is it doing this now? Okay, I'll figure that out. It seems to be something weird, wrong with the serialization here. Session. Oh, it's actually serializing the actual document. Okay, let's go to scene. Right, so I thought it actually did it automatically. It does not. This array list here is serialized somewhere over here. Well, we're doing this. Yeah, we need to copy this actually. Yeah, okay. The parse part we are automatically up from the upgrade system, but the serialization part we actually need to copy this thing over to wherever we have a property here that, or something that requires, this is property array. So let's just add JSON stringify. Yeah, that we're just able to copy that over. We just need to import our JSON library here. Okay. Now the bad thing about this is that now it's saved in a bad way. So I have to go in and do some surgery on the JSON. So let's, which scene was this? Forest. No. Forest Hill entrance, I think. Yeah, these three are bad formats, so this needs to be this. There we go. Let's try it now. Okay, there we go. Also, I'm gonna try and find this. Is it this one? I'm having a hard time trying to select. I need to be at the center. I'm pretty sure this is this is an empty over here. Do you need to be like spot on? Oh. Wait. Okay, there we go. Okay. It's not perfect, you know, the mouse clicking here. But let's see. I do want to introduce sort of, you know, selection boxes, being able to select multiple things, you know, doing all kinds of things like that. But all in due time. So yeah, so now this should be saved. Let's open it up again and see if it looks good. Items. Yeah, so now you can see the serialization works better. All right. Okay, so now we have scale. So let's, if we click on this, we have the scale here now. Let's set this to 10 and then save, and then exit and reload. It should have the scale set. It didn't. All right, so interesting. And let's actually go in here and see, do we have scale anywhere? Yes, we have a bunch of scales. And we don't have scale 10 anywhere. Or scale, oh, here we have. Actually, we do have scale 10 here. It actually did save, but it didn't load it properly. Huh. I'm gonna guess it's the clone function again. Clone the entity. No, we are so taking it there. Was it the wrong entity? Okay. Well, I guess maybe it's because of the init. I feel like this is only used when we create it. The clone is happening when we load it in from the file. So it's strange that it wouldn't find the scale. I'm gonna do this. Just to see if we find at this point, if we find anything that has a different scale. Oh, okay. If the scale, if the zero, if that's not equal to 1, or if that is not, okay. And we're not using the upgrade system though. Well, we are using upgrade system to read in the file. And upgrading to the latest version. But this is taking into the. This is like taking. Okay, we're taking the previous document to upgrade, so this only happens at the upgrade. So we won't set scale to 1 by default on everything, because that's what we're doing is we're taking the latest version, document 2, and we're reading in the scale like this. So we're reading in the JSON based on this type here. So we should get the scale in from there. And then if we go to the upgrade system, let's see, where is the thing? Standard container, upgrade value. No, wait, where is the, where do we read in the file? Zero, no, not zero, not zero. Oh yeah, document. Right, document. Here we go. Yeah, there's a whole a whole bunch of code with the upgrade stuff. I mean, it does do a lot of stuff, and I am still like trying to, you know, what's it called?
evaluating how it feels like working with it. It was basically like a fun project that I did just to, because I realized that we need some sort of migration system for the different document versions, because once I have a project and then I update the editor to support new things, the old versions of those documents won't load anymore. So that's why but we can make this sort of automated upgrade system. And it works. It's just that it's a lot of code, and every time you need to sort of do anything with it, you have to sort of hope for the best, or you have to go in and actually go in again to figure things out. But I do kind of like it. I mean, it has pros and cons. Like right now, I have no idea why things are happening, why things are going wrong, why I can't read this in, and it's not super easy to actually find where it goes wrong. Yeah, and this is the old code, that's right. So here we're parsing in the current version instead. That's like another way to read in the data. So how we do it now is basically we take the latest frozen version. That's what I call, like, we have all the previous versions stored in a frozen state as types in Zig. So document version 1 is stored in a type, document version 2 is stored in a type, and so on. And then we take the latest of those, which should correspond to the current version that we have in editor. So we read in that as a serialized, or we deserialize into that type, and then we convert that type into the current version. Which sounds a bit convoluted, and it is, but it does actually serve a purpose, because it serves a purpose for serialization or deserialization, and also it checks for breaking changes in a way. Like if you add something that doesn't exist, that's gonna break. I mean, it's gonna break anyway, I guess, when you read in the new version. But you'll still be able to read in the old version and upgrade. But I'll just remove this because, well, let me just think. Persistent. Yeah. So we're not using this anymore. I'm just gonna remove that. So we're reading it as the final version. We should probably add like debug logs here. Final version is version. So the length is 2. That's right. I mean, I doubt that there's anything. So, I mean, it might be something with the type itself, like the vector, the floating vector. Is that a pointer? No, it's not a. Right, so we're just copying the source directly if it's. But what would it be? Is that the issue? Like it's copying it as. No, it's reading it in as a vector of like a floating vector. So it should just work. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Let's go and I have a tick where I always like type write all, which saves all the files. So that's what's happening there. Okay, let's see. Upgrade value. Let's go back to here.
upgrade final. Yeah, so I will just log out. I will check if we can check if this persistent data is a scene. And I will have to, actually we can say lib documents scene. Yeah, let's just check that. If it's the scene, we will log out. I want to log. Well, we know the contents is correct. I want to log the final. Like this. What? What? Wait, why are we not getting this? Upgrade, because it shouldn't be upgraded. Or yeah, it should already be upgraded. We look at the version. Oh, the version is 1. Interesting. Why is it 1? It should be 2. Oh, wait. I did a mistake here. Oh no. This should be 2 here. Okay, that was a stupid mistake. We could actually add like a automation for that. I mean, even something that logs a compiler error if that happens. Because we know every upgrade, we know which version it should be. So it's basically just boilerplate, but then we can actually just check it. Is this the same error? No. Here we actually added. Yeah, so all these. Okay. Okay, let's actually do this because I don't want to run into that issue again. Let's go to upgrade. Or maybe even document. Generic. Okay. Well, this could be instead a compiler time thing. Yeah, it's a compiler time thing. So we can basically go and check, because each upgrade should always have the same version. Where are we doing the thing here? Validate current version equals final upgrade. Persistent data current version. First document version. Here we're looping through all the upgrades. And we're calling the upgrade. Right. And here we're grabbing the upgrader. Right. So we need to make sure that, well, actually it could be, it's actually not a comp time thing because we don't know which version we're setting from the upgrader. So we have to say, we have to check here if next.version, because we know that everything should have a version now, is equal to version. Well, if it's not equal to version, I think we'll do like a panic or something. Or maybe we return an error. Oh, where's the errors? We don't have error here. Upgrade error, document error. So we'll just say upgrader version mismatch. Now, I'm not sure if you can actually have this error here. Yeah, you should be able to. We're trying for allocated crate, so we should do that. Right. So this should now actually trigger an error. If we go back here, I'm just gonna check first if this now works. What's the... Oh, now we get this. We did upgrade it. Yeah, we did upgrade it. From version 1 to 2. Regional version 1. Oh yeah, wait. This needs to be like -1, because that's the index 0 corresponds to version 1. But now what is this? Overflow? No, it should be +1. Yeah, it should be +1. Right? Index 0 corresponds to 1. Yeah. Okay. Now we didn't get any errors here. Good, not, yeah. So, if we now go to the upgrader and we do the same mistake, lower this, we should get an error now. And next time we go around, we know what error it is. Document version. So, wait. Upgrader version mismatch. There we go. Could not upgrade immediate upgrader version mismatch. Yeah. So then we know that, okay, there's something wrong with the versions. Okay, let's fix it. There we go. All right, now let's check if the data is read correctly here. No. Well, it might be because I didn't save. Let's just... Yeah, okay, there we go. Oof. I was worried there for a little bit. Right, so now we can set the scale like this. I mean, I do want to have us be able to set the scale with some sort of control for the mouse as well. But we'll start here. Now, what we want to do is we also want to scale the actual, you know, the sprite here. So let's do that. And you can see what I mean with the upgrade system. It's like once you have to deal with it, it's like a whole thing. But as long as it sort of works, then it's awesome, because you can have old versions and still load them in and stuff. So that's really nice. What is it? It's layout scene and then entity. So yeah, that's the scale. And we do have scale, like we did have scale before, but that was specific to certain types of entities. But I'm gonna keep that for now, because it's like in the data and stuff. So I don't care to update. I think I'm gonna do like a batch update or something later. But here we have position size. And this is for exit only. That's... Oh, I see. Where... So, it should be for draw entities. Here we go, yeah. Draw entities and also selection boxes. But we start at draw entities. So, draw entity. I mean, it's basically just scaling the size here. Source, that's the source. We don't need to worry about the source. The destination, we should scale it by entity dot scale 0, because this is F32, yeah. Entity dot scale 1, and that's it. Do we need to worry about this? The origin? No, that's... Well... What if we do this? Right. And this is destination width. This is height. And this would be over 2. Okay, I'm not sure if that's gonna be correct, but I guess we'll see. Okay, so now we should that should be scaled now. Hopefully. There we go. But the one thing that is not scaled is, well, when you click, it should also, you know, you can see the entire thing, or click on the entire thing, and also the selection box. So let's do that. The selection box over here. Get entity rect scaled. I mean, that sounds very nice. We can just say also scale times scale 0. There we go. Okay, that might actually fix everything. We'll see. No. Oh, okay, I see. I mean, okay, it didn't fix the clicking part either. And the selection box is a little bit off. I see. So this one is actually so it's X and Y. Is that get entity rect? Wait, no. Yeah. We should do it in here. Get entity rect. Here we go. Oh yeah, and then we can do this. Well, we can just do this.
maybe. Oh, maybe this doesn't work because it's a vector. Oh, it does work. Okay. No, and that also works. Okay, cool. So that sort of solved a couple of stones in one. You see, I'm trying to click outside. Okay, there. It works. But it works inside. Okay, cool. And we can now draw it as well. Awesome. So now we can scale this up here. I don't know. 100, 200. So I want it to be oh yeah, so 300, wait, 256 plus 64, 260, 320, 320, 336. You can see how it kind of aligns with the tiles. It's like one and a half off. 40, 52. Whoa. There we go. And then up. Something like this. And then another rectangle over here. So the idea is that actually we could do, let's do one less. 52, 36. I guess that's enough. No, actually it needs to be like this. There we go. So now it's covering here, it's covering over there. Okay. Now what I want to do is these things. So this is a fog of war. It sort of blocks this entire thing. And then you can add another one over here. Maybe it should be a little bit bigger. Okay, let's do like, I don't know, 128. What's that? 44. Actually, it's gonna cover here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times 16. 4 plus 24. 64. 208. Okay, and then 3 up. Yeah, 4 in total, I guess. Whoops. Okay. So you can see it's hidden now. At least in the scene editor. Okay. And then yeah, and you know, when we have controls for changing the scale, it's gonna be a lot easier. You can sort of see here, this is sort of one place where we probably want this tile to change, maybe even. Like, I'm not sure. This is probably not the correct tile here. We'll see what we're gonna do with this. But but yeah, so these tiles are gonna be so they're gonna be connected to these tiles here. So how we do that? Well, we have this list of entity references, and we'll add one here. We set the entity to there. Okay, now this is connected to this one, and we can also add another one.
which is the one over here. It's kind of hard to see. You can see the ID change. The lower one is F88, the high one is 950. So now we have those two like connected to this one. But I do want to also have it like all these three. I want these to be sort of connected together. Well, I don't know really how I want it. Like, do I want it to be like you can only, if you destroy one, it's gonna reveal the entrance, or do you have to destroy all? Or if you destroy one, do you destroy everything? I don't know. Let's just do it what we have to work with right now here. So F thing there. 950. Was that the same? No, that's not the same. Yes, it is the same. Yeah, it's this ID here. F88 950. Yeah. And then here we set F88. Whoops. And 950. There we go. So now all of these are connected to these two. So in the game code, I can now say, okay, they're connected. So okay, so they should look through all those that are connected and just activate those sort of devices, let's say, which will reveal this part here. Okay. But right now, if we start the game, well, it's gonna crash, I think, because we don't have the new versions. So let's start there. Let's well, this is saved now. Oh yeah, also I need to add a button in the projects thing to save all files, basically, because we want to sort of upgrade. Yeah, let's just do upgrade project. Upgrade project button. We're just gonna go in and we're gonna loop through all the files and just save them. Let's make a menu here. Let's do like, I don't know, edit. And we'll have a selectable. And the map is kind of in its own thing there. Let's just have it there. All right, project options. So let's add a function or a select button here, which is called upgrade project. Ideally, you would have this sort of disabled if you're already updated. We should have like a version project-wise instead of document-wise as well. I think is the way to go. But let's do that. So this would be, yeah, we're just gonna have to go through all the documents and save them. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna say upgrade project here. So we'll keep the functionality in here. Set project, load project, blah blah blah. Upgrade project. Alright, so we're just gonna loop through all documents. Well, and we don't have them opened probably, so we have to go through every. Yeah, let's do project. If we don't have a project open, we don't care. We're gonna loop through the asset index. So the asset index has every document. So we want to loop through those. Where is those things? Where are those things? Hash map. Iterator, let's say, sure, fine. Let's make an iterator instead. Right. Do we need to deinitialize this? No. Iterator, you need to do while next, and then you get the entry. And this entry has key and value. And so we're gonna look at the value. Oh yeah, that's the thing. So we'll do document equals request document by ID entry dot key. Oh wait, we don't. Then we just need the keys. That's right. We don't need to do that. We can get by ID. This is just a UUID. We'll get it by that. If we don't find it, we can just continue. Oh yeah, is this a error as well? No, it's not. Okay, cool. Then we say we want to skip. So we want to skip textures because the textures we don't really care about. The textures we don't have a version for those, I don't think. Well, or do we actually? Textures. Yeah, we do have. Actually, we do have. Okay, never mind. We want to do this for everything. So yeah, well, this is just gonna be save. Wait, document. Save. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, okay. So in theory now we should be able to save everything, but we need to test it. So well, I'm gonna test the open editor first and see if it loads. No. Error unit is ignored. Right. This can be an error. Okay. So let's do, if we catch an error, we're gonna do self show error. Could not upgrade project. Or document. And we can actually say the file name here. Document. Wait. We don't have the file path. Oh yeah, we don't have the file path on the document anymore. Well, what we can do is we go to insect index, or we could say self get file path by ID. It's nullable, so we add a question mark there, and then the error. Okay, there we go. And if we don't, if we get an error, we just, I guess we just continue trying to upgrade other ones. Or I guess we can just return as well, because it's gonna show, like, it's gonna override with other documents. I mean, there is the point of, it is the argument of, okay, do we want to save other documents as well? I'm just gonna do this. I mean, I guess technically this is like save project, but only saving the things that are actually. If you want to save the project, you probably just want to save the ones that are open and not every file, like going through every file and saving it. Okay, anyway, so now let's see if we can open this. There we go. Okay, and we have edit now, and we have a upgrade project here. So I'm not gonna do it right now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show that, okay, when we try to run this, it's gonna crash because the game code is not updated to the latest version. So it crashed there. And then, so we go over here and we need to go over to scene. This is the game code's like equivalent of the scene stuff. And so entity type, where is this used? It's used over here. So we need to add scale here. There we go. And I think that's it. Really, we just need to. I need V as well. I mean, we're not using scale, but at least we're able to read it in. Okay, so they should be the only scene that's actually updated. So if we open it, it should, you know, not crash. Okay, there we go. It's actually not crashing. Wait, what's... Oh yeah, so that should be good. Yeah. All right, and oh yeah, I just realized it does make sense that the Fog of Wars are also like the same kind of. We should store the state of them as well. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so this works. However, if we go to another scene, this one, for example, and we try to load this, it's gonna crash. Or not. Wait, why is it not crashing? Oh, because when we play in this, okay, it's okay, the editor, when you press play, it actually saves the file before you play it, because, you know, how would the game know otherwise? Because we're not sending code over, we're not sending the scene over by some sort of network protocol or something. We're just saving the file and letting the game open it. But if we try to open this, it fails because it's gonna be a JSON error somewhere. Error parsing JSON missing field. So, well, missing field is a weird error to get, I guess. No, it's not. It's missing scale, so it's not weird. But then we go to the editor. And we press upgrade project, which is gonna take a while. There we go. And now we open the game and it works. Okay, cool. Okay, well, that's really nice to have there. Okay, cool. So, what now? Well, I want the Fog of War stuff to be visible in the game, so these things, I want them to be visible. So I need to create equivalents for them in the game. Let's also remove, take back this code here. No, wait. They should be visible. Huh, why are they not? There should be tiles here. Or maybe it couldn't read it. Ah, it couldn't read it because the properties doesn't match. I see. Also, I want to change the key here. It says new property. It should say something else. It should say like activates. But it doesn't update here because we need to recreate them. However, we can just change the scene. So we can just go here, and we can go to new property. So these should be new property should be activates. There we go. And then we load it up, and it should now say activates here. There we go. So what we need to do is we need to add this into the game code. So let's go over here, and we'll go to, where is it, scene, destructible tile. Here we have animation. We should also have activates. It's not just a reference, it's actually a list of references. However, well, it's actually an array property. Right. So we need to create a new property there. Now this array property is kind of weird. I mean, we need to read it in as an array property. However, this is sort of like a function. It needs a type within. Should we just do it like this? Okay, I'm gonna see here. Yeah, because this is technically a property object. So arrays should just be slices, I think. Yeah. And even they could even be const. Could even be const here. Doesn't really matter. So let's check. Property JSON parse. Yeah, it's parsing. I think it's parsing a property type or a property, I guess. Yeah, it's parsing in a property with a property type. So if we encounter an array, we want something that produces some sort of array there. But how would we do this? I'm just thinking we need to know the destination. So we know the destination type. We're trying to parse it as a property. I guess that's fine. That's the way we should do it. Okay, so let's just do what we're doing here. We're creating a property array. It has items, but the items, right, the items is a property, yeah. And then we have subtype, which is property type tag, which we don't have. What is technically is this? Okay.
Okay. So now we have that. And then in the thing here, what we want to do is, depending on the type that we're going to parse into, which we don't really have that. No, that's right. So it tries to sort of right. So actually, let's add this. We need this here. Yeah. And then we are gonna check. No, that's not a property though. That is not a property. I mean, we could just do maybe JSON bar, yeah. I'm just trying to think here. So because I don't want to just say property array here, because that we really lose the thing, and it gets. We could do it, but it's gonna be a hassle to deal with. I mean, we could just say property array here. It's gonna be able to parse it. I mean, okay, let's just do it. Let's just say property array. And we might be able to fix something better in the future, because now we need to sort of access the subtype. We need to access dot items, and then each item has a property. So we need to like access the property within. So it's not really straightforward to actually handle this type here. So that's why I wanted to have a sort of conversion at the parsing stage to handle it. But since we don't know the type, I mean, we could make another type actually. We could do hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Let's see. So this is gonna be building a roguelike deck builder, custom engine in C++. Okay, cool. Woods of War. Sure. No problem. Share away. Sounds really cool. Oh, I have. It looks awesome. Doing all the pixel art too is a lot of work. Yeah.
Tell me about it. Well, it's going good. I mean, I think I'm not sure if I'm gonna lower the scope of the game, to be honest, because at this rate, it's gonna take a pretty long time to finish. If I'm gonna have like more than one sort of area, I guess. So I'm thinking if I'm just gonna sort of lower the scope a little bit, but it is going good. I'm also, well, I am kind of putting myself in this position as well, because I'm making a game editor as well while I'm making the game. So, but it's all in good fun, you know. I'm trying to learn Zig as well, like so there's a lot of things going on at the same time. But it's all in what do you say? Yeah, it's all for like learning and exploring, so which I think is fun. All right, thank you for the follow. Actually, I have this thing here. I can't really scroll in it though. I haven't made a scroll thing here. But yeah, thanks. It does say, when you get a follow and stuff. But I usually don't have it up. I'm very new to this streaming thing. I'm just gonna make a deserializable property array, I think, which is gonna have. So what would that mean? That means it needs to be a function that takes a type, returns a type. So the idea is that we would use this in the type that gets like materialized or deserialized. And then we don't really need a subtype, we just need the items, which is going to be T. Guess a const T. And then the parsing function is going to be so this would be the property, or this would be the array property. So we're gonna parse this property array, and then we're gonna take. We actually need to allocate stuff here, so we're gonna need to. This is the array property. I'm gonna call it. I can't call it source. Array property. I haven't seen Sig before. It's like Python. Well, not really. I guess it's more like a new take on C. It's manual memory management, and well, it's manually memory managed, and it's well, statically typed as well. So it's actually quite opposite of Python. But and it's also compiled. It's fairly new, so yeah, I'm not surprised you haven't heard of it. But I really like it. It's like a, if you wanna, it's like, I guess it's like an alternative to C++. If you wanna start like building your own game, using, you know, program languages and libraries and stuff, instead of using a game like a Godot or something like that. I'm all up in C++. No other languages exist to me. Okay. When I started out, learned C++. I was self-taught in C++ in like 30 years ago, which I was pretty young, and there was not many. Well, there was a couple of resources online, but I started out in Notepad. It was pretty horrible. I didn't know what a debugger was either, so. But yeah. Don't forget ComTime cell phones. Yeah, ComTime. ComTime is really cool. But yeah, it's sort of like macros, except maybe more safe, you could say. And also a little bit like templating as well. You can sort of generate code with it. And well, here I am trying to write a JSON parse function for this type. So let's see. I'm reading in a property array. Okay, right. And then we need to create. Well, let's just do. No, let's just say items is equal to allocate t, and then we have the length from this. There we go. I guess we can use. Can we use try here? Yeah, we should probably be able to use try. Yeah, but it's really nice. I think I've tried a lot of different programming languages, and Zig is like in recent times is one of the languages that sparked my sort of passion again for programming. So I don't know what it is really about it, because I mean it's like sort of low-level programming, and you run into a lot of issues, but it just feels like you have a lot of control when you program. Did you try Odin? I did not try Odin. I have people tell me that it's really nice. It's also like a C, new take on C. And it has a lot of niceties to it. And it's also, I would compare, one comparison that I would make is that I believe Odin is more or less feature complete right now, which is not the case for Zig. Zig is like still in full development. So there's risk for like breaking changes and stuff if you want to upgrade versions. Action script, yeah. I did not do too much in ActionScript. Yeah, await async. We'll see what happens with that. Like, I don't really have a. I don't see. I'm not really using multi-threading and stuff like that. So I don't. I try to make things as simple as possible. Well, that's not entirely true. But when it comes to multi-threading, I haven't touched that at all, actually. So yeah, I'm just trying not to think about it. Professional Flash game dev for 10 years. Cool. Well, do you want to share what games you worked on? Is it items? Yeah, so now we have the items. Yeah, so we'll just loop through these, and we will, I mean, we'll just assume excuse me, This should actually not be a type. This should be a tag, like property tag. Type tag. And I will just assume that this is that tag. Now, how do we do that? Is it could you do this with field access? But then we have to know the thing. Well, it is comp time. Yeah. So we'll do field access with tag name property tag. Yeah, and that's it. So that should be items. No, wait. Array. Yeah. Items. Let's do. We need. So this is how you do like a loop. Well, this is one way to do a loop here. It looks a bit weird if you're not used to this syntax. They were for all clients. Don't expect any Flash games to still live. Okay. I don't remember like what sites and stuff I went to like for Flash games back in the day. But it was fun finding like free games to play and stuff. So this is one way to do it. You can have like several things happening in here. This is like you range over this array, or this is a slice, but it's basically an array with length built in. And then it's a pointer with length built in. And then you can say, okay, I also want the counter here. So it's gonna start at 0 and it's gonna increase by 1. So effectively this will represent the index. And then you have this capture thing here. So this is called a capture. So you're capturing the item at the first one. So this corresponds to this. And then the I is corresponding to the second one after the comma here. So then you get the item, and you also get the iterator here. Are you having to pass in item I like parameters to maintain scope inside a loop? Yeah. So these are like representing the current iteration from this. So. First loop, the item is you can say it's like local variables. It's the same as sort of setting item is equal to array prop items I, let's say, and then you just have a normal form. You can also do this, so array prop items length. So this will sort of loop from 0 to length, and then you can do this. So this will basically be equivalent here. But this is just a way to get it more like tersely or something. So if you need the index, you can get it as well like this, which is really nice. Because now we need the index, because I need to set this. And this might need to be, no, this can be a const. It's just a pointer. And so we're setting the contents there to whatever is in the properties there with a proper thing there. Okay, and then we have to return this. So we'll return this type here. Yeah. All right, and then items, like what would the type be? It's gonna be actually gonna be like the payload of property type with a tag property tag. So that's like a type function. It's a generic type. If you have this is like taking a tag union the tag, and you get whatever is corresponding to that tag. So for property type, we have like these 4 different union cases, or whatever it's called, tags. So it's like if you provide this array enum value, you get this type out. So now we have a generic way of talking about these things here. All right. Yeah, thank you for joining here. Good luck yourself. Thank you. And what you also could do is you can actually set this to T, so we don't need to type it out all the time. So this would be T. And there we go. Now we have it as well. Okay. Now we can try and use this here. So it's a deserializer. So this should be a entity reference. So it's an array of entity references. Okay. So at least now it's a little bit easier to access this property here. Okay, let's just run this and see if it actually compiles and runs and stuff. There we go. And let's run the editor as well. So what did we change? It's always like when you have done something for, like you're working on something for a long time, and then you sort of it suddenly clicks and you implement it, and then you go and okay, so what did I do here? What do I have to test? Destructible tiles activates, right? So we don't crash. That's a good thing. Now what we want to do as well is we want to well, we have this fog of war stuff, these things, which I call fog of war. It's basically like a secret. It's like a secret hider. There's a secret behind this, and and here's some destructible tiles. So once we destroy those, they are actually connected to these other entities. You don't see it clearly here, but they are connected to these entities. So they can then, when you destroy this, we can look through all the connected entities from this list here and activate these secrets. So that's how I want it to work. Nice seeing it. Thank you. You created it yourself. Yes, I did. I'm using Raylib and imgui or whatever how it's pronounced, and Zig as well. Which at the start it started out very small, and I've just added features on it like over time, and yeah, it's starting to be pretty good. But I'm debating whether, you know, when I finish this project, should I try something like I have tried like Unreal Engine and stuff, but I always felt like I want more sort of control about what's happening in the editor. It's always the problem when I wish I could like automate this or make a tool that makes this easier or something like that. So that's why I started on doing this. But anyway, so I want to make this fog of war actually visible or created in the editor, or I mean the game. So we need to add those. They are gonna be living in the devices, I believe. Now devices is starting to become a bad name for these things. But it's basically things that can sort of I guess, change state. I mean, every entity sort of almost has that, but it's basically things that are not monsters or not the player right now. But let's see. Let's add a fog of war. What would this be? This would basically be maybe a toggle. No. I mean, let's just take this. Yeah, it's basically sort of the same as a destructible tile, which only has two states: idle or destroyed. All right, now let's do some replacements. Fog of war. Okay. And I mean, it's basically the same thing actually. It can be just exist or it can be destroyed. And then it does have, no, it doesn't have properties, so we don't need to worry about that. So that's the difference. The texture is the tile set, yes, because it's like a black thing that we grabbed from there. Animation content. So we don't really have an animation for it, actually. Now this is kind of weird because animation is so ingrained that every entity has an animation, and this one is one that doesn't actually have an animation. But I guess we could just create one simple animation for it. Because I'm thinking that maybe we instead like programmatically change how it looks. But yeah, let's just set this to idle. Just a black pixel there. All right, that's it. Now we have that. But now we need to, okay, this again. I need to grab fog of war. Oh, it's over here. Oh. There we go. That is fog of war. Okay. So now we have this one. And we don't have health, we don't have this, so we don't care about this. All right. Okay, so the idea is that this will get activated by the other things, and so like when, okay, this is also interesting. We should, the scale, we don't have the scale built in yet here. The entity, so now all entities does have a scale property. So technically we should like enforce that on all entities, but it's only a fog of war that actually uses it right now. So I'm thinking I'm just gonna add scale here. This is F32, yeah. So init will pass scale along here. we have to pass it along here as well. And this is scale. Yeah, so, but the issue is also now they've... Oh, wait, this is something that's probably supposed to be in the game engine instead. So the issue is that the way I have it set up is I have a game engine that is in a separate project that is actually like publicly available on GitHub. But every time I need to something that fits in the game editor, or I mean the game engine, I need to go in and edit that, and then push it up, and then fetch it into the game code or the game project. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but it's just a little bit. If you just want to fix one little thing, it's a bit annoying, but that's just me, the way I've set it up. So I'm just yeah, okay, anyway, so because this is gonna, like, we can scale it, we can scale the hitbox, but what about the draw? What about the actual drawing of the thing? Because that's in the game engine itself. Okay, but I guess we'll start here and we'll say this should be scalar, or no, actually this is just, well, it's just gonna be self.scale. Actually, there we go. Well, at least the hitbox, well, I mean the hitbox doesn't really matter because it's not going to be a solid thing anyway. Yeah, I think all devices are actually solid by default. I'm gonna grab the entity. I'm gonna grab the physics system. So we need S for systems. And then I want to say physics system collision groups, remove from all groups entity. Yeah, it's not going to be solid for anything, and it's static. That's fine because all devices are static. Yeah, actually, you can see. I'm not sure if I mentioned it. So Bork is actually a SIG Twitch chat client written in SIG as well, and I'm using it here. I made a little window in NeoVim to show it here, and it also shows like other, like, I don't know, thing when you people are following and stuff like that as well. It doesn't show like emojis or emotes or whatever it's called either, but well, it does show it, but it doesn't have this terminal doesn't have support for it. So but anyway, so that should be good there. Okay, now the only thing is like how it's drawn. I guess we could technically have like a specialized drawing function for this entity, so we could set it to be like invisible, so that the normal drawing system doesn't draw it. And then we'll handle the drawing ourselves. Right, and when it's activated, there should be like some sort of animation playing. So I'm actually gonna add activated here, or I guess fading. We want to be a bit descriptive. It's gonna fade away, and let's also add fade duration, which is in seconds. Let's just do 1 second or something, I don't know. All right, so when we
do this. So fading, actually this could be a struct that's at ends at, which is a timestamp. So because we need some sort of state to see when it was activated and when it's supposed to be destroyed. So when we activate it, if it's not idle, we return. So we can't activate it more than once, basically. And we set it to be faded, and ends at should be t plus. Oh, we don't have t here. Okay, so we actually need to change the interface here a little bit. That's fine. T plus fade duration. Yeah. So now we're setting the state there. It's not, you can't deactivate it, so that's just empty there. Okay, but now this, we need to change all devices now to be able to add T here. Because there's no overloading. There's no overloading in Zig. Let's see, devices. What is the last thing? This one? Alright. Now those are good. Here, what was it? Activate. Let's add T and we simply pass that along there. And we need T. Activate. Is that it? All right. So, what's happening now? So, right, for so we activate it. We set the timer to fade duration. So now we should also, but we need a way to draw it as well. And also we need like update functions as well. So we need to add this fog of war to a couple of places. It's a little bit boilerplatey to add a new entity here, but that's just how it is. Fog of war. Do we need a property for this? I don't think so. We don't have properties, so we don't need to have a type here. And this will cascade in a bunch of different, because we added a new like enum sort of field there. There's a cascade of different compiler errors that we need to take care of, because you always have to handle all possibilities in a switch over an enum value or a union enum, tagged union. So this, for example, is creating, well, parsing the properties, but we don't have properties, so we can just pass it along without that. Now, let's see, we are over here. And this is where we actually create the entity itself. Fog of war. We don't have properties. Fog of war. Now we don't have this type, but we are gonna have it. Here we actually need to put scale in. And device straw layer should be good. That's like in front of the player, so that's, I mean, it doesn't matter really, because the player is, well, it sort of matters. Yeah, it's gonna be in front of everything. Actually, it has to be in front of everything, so actually it needs to be even further. It needs to be like, oh yeah, I need to... Actually, you know what? This is a U32. Let's just do... Actually, I'm not sure how this works. Like, if I set this to max int, will that even work? We'll see. Because I'm not sure how I did it with the draw layers, if it just gonna like loop through all the possible... If it's gonna check like which is the max one, and then it's gonna loop through from 0 to the max. I guess we'll see. It's gonna hang the whole computer. Union device type has no member name fog of war. Yeah. So now we need to add that. Fog of war. Fog of war. And we need to add fog of war here. And we need to import it. Whoops. Fog of war. Fog of war. There we go. Right, and now this is gonna trigger a lot more places we need to figure out. So let's start over here. Okay, here we actually have... we don't have properties. Right, that's right. What is the animation? The animation is just idle, I think. We don't really have... I'm just gonna do... Well, actually, this is just equivalent to return idle, so... Alright. Let's start over here. Device type. So, yeah, the update function. We should have an update function, maybe. No, we don't really. Well, yeah, we do need an update function because we're gonna change this. We're not gonna keep track of the timer. Update fog of war. Well, let's just copy this. Fog of war. Yeah, we need T for the timer, so we'll switch on fog of war state. If it's idle, we don't do anything. If it's activated, actually, if it's destroyed, we don't do anything either. If it's activated, we or fading, we get this. Oops. And we say did you use the stream before? I've seen you only today. I did not use the stream before. I did start like a couple of years ago, but I only streamed for like one time. But now I started maybe in November or something. Well, I started the project in November, so actually, and then I realized my internet was shit. So I upgraded that, but that took like a couple of months. So I started again in like maybe January, February or something like that. But I usually have like 1 or 2 viewers. But now today I got rated twice, so that's probably why you see a lot of viewers. so it's a little bit different actually today. It's really nice. Let's see. Fading. Yeah. So we need to check if T. Well, we need to check has this happened yet? So this has to be less than or equal to T, right? T is the current time. If it's less than the current time, then it has happened. Sorry, in finding chat intrusive to your coding. I mean, it is. I guess it is intrusive, but it's like I like also communicating about, the project and coding, and I like talking about it, and and having discussions with people and stuff. So I don't mind. And I think for when I'm coding, it's also like I'm trying to explain what I'm doing, and I'm trying to, you know, give a little bit of context, and for people that are interested in learning about SIG or learning about programming, I feel like I want to sort of give some information out there. But for things that really require focus and stuff, or when I try, let's say I'm trying to figure out how to implement a more, I guess, complex scenario or something, then I think it's better if I do it off stream, because then I can really focus on trying to figure out and try different things without it being like, I don't know, looking at someone trying to program something and we don't get anywhere. So or also I'm trying to have like actually programming in more like programming on stream instead of drawing and stuff. I do all the graphics and stuff as well, but I'll try to keep that off stream, because I feel like when I'm coding I have something to talk about, but when I'm drawing it's like I don't know what I don't know what I'm talking or what I should talk about. So let's see. So I mean, you do lose a little bit of focus when responding to chat, but it's not really an issue, and I am learning to, you know, context switch a bit better as well. Fading answer. So the fading, which I'm doing right now actually. So fading, we want to, so when the fading is ended, what we want to do is we want to set the state. It takes a couple of seconds, but then I get back on track, you know. I want to set the state to destroyed. Yeah. And that's it. That's all we need to do here. Unused function. Oh yeah. Let's just do this. I mean, you could just remove them as well, but it's sort of like an interface almost, a signature there. Switch must handle all possibilities. So, yeah, so this is, which one is this? This is handle state change. So this is like the edge detection for state change. And so, well, we basically do this. Fog of war. So if it's idle or fading, we don't do anything. If it's destroyed, we want to remove the thing entirely. Yeah. Well, not entirely. We're removing it from the visible spectrum. SIG warns about unhandled switch cases. Yeah, that is incredibly good. It's like it's like my favorite feature of the language. It's like you want to add something to, you want to add a new entity, which I'm doing here. Okay, then you need to implement all these different places. So you just go through everything and add the implementation. You don't need to sort of remember everything. So I'm trying to set it up so that it's like, okay, the compiler tells you where to go. Yeah. It also, I think it's also in Haskell. So, which I'm sort of, I'm not used to, but I have delved in Haskell a bit as well. Not super deep, but enough to miss it. Switch must handle all possibilities. Yes, maybe I'll try to make a game in Haskell sometime. Actually, I mean, I know it's possible. It's just it's when you have thing. Okay, I'm not gonna deep dive into that. But it's sometimes it's like the order of operations and stuff like that is like a little bit. You have to when you're trying to do imperative things. It's a bit cumbersome sometimes. Okay. This is stored. All right. So this is the persistence of the data to the save file. So, I mean, this is just copy paste here. Fog of war. So if the state is not idle, we save it, and this final state is destroyed. So even if it's like fading, we don't save it as fading, we save it as destroyed. So when you load it back in, it's gonna be destroyed and not, you know, fading in. Fog of wars. Multiple, like plural fog of wars, fog of wars, or fogs of war. Is it fogs of war or fog of wars? No, it's fogs of war, right? These are the questions that are important. Yes, and everything else should be the same. Now we need to add fogs of war. Enough to see the release of new white paper and be excited of implementing it. Has Excel. Yeah. Well, I'm not really that much of a white paper dude, but I mean, I get the joke of white papers and Haskell. But yeah. I mean, I really like Haskell. I think it's a really incredible language. I mean, I won't get into a debate or anything, but it's like it's the first time I saw it, it just looked so elegant, and I was like, oh my god, I wish I knew how to program in this language. And then I started learning it, and I had to like rewire my entire programming brain in order to actually be able to think about how to solve problems in this new way. But then the deeper you sort of go, it's like it's just more annoying things to deal with. It's like when you try to use a library, you have to sort of unless everything goes smoothly, which is often doesn't, because you're trying to do something that is like slightly out of the box, then all hell breaks loose and you don't really know what's going on because you get these cryptic type error messages. But it looks nice, and sometimes it feels nice to programming. Switch must have, or yeah. So this is for reading in. That's right. So we should just copy paste this. Kottefolket war. Let's try and actually read it in. Fogs of war. Fog of war, set state, restore state. Yeah. So much of these are sort of the same for all this. This is sort of like a pattern that we have. But I am not generalizing this yet. Maybe a couple more entities should do it. We'll see. So now this should be like stored and restored. Do we have anything else here? No. Field name faded. Faded. No, not faded. Fading. I was thinking of that song, I think. It was actually running in my mind when I put that down. Let's see here. So okay, so now the fog of war should be spawned. We should see small black dots, I guess. Let's, well, actually, are we going to, yeah, we are going to, no, because they are invisible, right? I put them to be invisible. Okay, the game loads at least. Let's see if the place where the fog of war exists actually loads. It does. Okay. All right, so now we need a way to draw them. And the simplest, dumbest possible thing is go to game draw and just add a special case somewhere for that. I'm just gonna, you know, I mean, we could even draw it here after draw system. Yeah, let's just add it here. Draw fogs of war. Registry, which we don't even have here. All right, so the way you do this here, so ECS, I mean, yeah, it says on the tin here, it's an ECS system. And so the registry is basically the container for all things in the ECS system. So what you do is if you want to look through all the entities of a specific component, what you could do is create a view. So we'll create a view of Fogs of War. So I'm just gonna call it view here. And so we need Fogs of War. I'm just gonna call this basic view. And then this is the device type. Yeah. So we have to access this device type because there's no like Fog of War component. We can access device type, but then we can sort of switch on those to filter out furthermore. And then we can create well, we don't need an iterator for this because we can say view.data to get the entity out. So now we're looping through all the entities. And we can grab the device type. Well, we have to say registry get device type like this. You can also say view.get, and then you don't have to specify the type because it knows that it's a basic view. Basic views only have one type, so we know which type it is. So we can, when we say get, we get the, well, the LSP doesn't understand, but the compiler does. So we do get a device type out here. And then we can switch on the, well, I guess we switch on the actual device type. So this is a union, this is tagged union. So you can switch on it. And you have to dereference this because it's a pointer. And then we can say if it's a Fog of War, we will execute some kind of code. Otherwise, we don't care. Okay, and that's it. I mean, otherwise we can continue, I guess. So if it's a Fog of War, we can get the inner workings of that here. And then we can say, yeah, so now we can do the draw thing. And yeah. So how do we want to do this? I'm gonna look in dialog system because I think this actually has like draw box somewhere, or the UI system. The UI system has some kind of draw rectangle stuff. Oh, we actually access draw system here. Draw rectangle solid. Okay. So you can do that. Let's grab the draw system. And we can say draw system draw rectangle solid, and we need a rectangle to draw, and then the color, so I'm just gonna say black for now, and this is gonna change depending on the state. Alright, and also what we want to do is we want to see if, okay, is it actually destroyed? So if the Fog of War, if the state, wait, oh yeah, it doesn't know about the state. So if the state is destroyed, we just return, or not return, we continue. Okay, so if it's destroyed, we continue. Otherwise, we draw it black. Now, what is the rectangle? So we need the position. So in order to get the position, we need the body, and we need to get. Wait, why? Let's do say so. This is CGE physics shape ABB. Undefined. What's happening? What is? Oh, here we go. Okay, there we go. So whenever you have a like weird syntax out of this, everything breaks, so you can't do anything. All right, so yeah, the body is rigid body. Why am I not getting auto completion here? Well, this should be a rigid body. Yeah, there we go. And then the rectangle should be body AABB. But then we also, so we know that this should be like 1 by 1. It's like a one by one thing. Wait, or is it actually? Okay, I'm gonna check this, because the get hitbox, this might actually return the sort of boundary as well. Well, or the size of the body as well. So let's go to device, init device, and at the end of this function we create this body here. The hitbox is actually determining the size of this. Well, yeah, that's for the hitbox. So we should actually already have the size in AABB. So we could probably just say body.AABB here. We're just drawing that. Okay. Let's see if it compiles. Yes. Let's try this map here. Okay. Okay, I see one of them actually work. That's kind of weird. You can see to the right here, there's a black square that's covering a little bit. Well, or maybe you don't see it, but I'm used to it, so I see it immediately here. So do you see this line here? This is one of the rectangles. So I'm wondering why this is. There should be one down here as well. And also this is like a wrong position. Maybe the position is like slightly wrong or something. Yeah, it's a little bit up here. It should cover this part as well. Okay, so wait, this is okay. I should just remove this. Right. Okay, let's paint it in well, not a random color. That's gonna like flicker like, but let's paint it in maybe like, why is the LSP not working? Because I want some sort of color here. Okay, let's do this. Let's go this. Let's go to color. And we have a whole bunch of these different colors, but you can have alpha as well. So I want to have, okay, so these are just U8s. So we can do like black or white with like alpha, half alpha or something like that. So let's do black, or actually let's do white. And alpha is like, I don't know, 128, let's say. So my idea is that it will show more easily where they are, and maybe we can reason about what's happening. Okay, so you can see it's over there. Right, so it's actually, this is the thing that's supposed to be down here, I think. Oh, it's like the origin is bad, I think. The entity position is over here for this part, for this entity, I believe, and then the scaling is scaling it up, so. And then the other entity is like over here or something. Or over here. Because it's like the position is the center of the entity. Okay. So, but it doesn't look correct. I mean, of course it doesn't look correct, but it's like, I'm not sure it's only the origin as a problem. So if you go to UI, when we draw this, I think this is just taking the position. The origin is, it is set to the center. Position is center, right? Okay. Yeah, so that should make sense. Okay. What if we say file not found? Okay, I'll just restart here. No, this is not correct. Let's do this. Dialogue. Where were we? What were we doing? Oh yeah, game draw. Here we are. So yeah, now we get so I want to add the size over 2, or actually no, I want to well, I want to do -2. Okay. Oops, did I press twice? Yes. How would this look? Well, it's weird because the x is added, but the y is like x is like like is pushed over there, but then the y is up. So the y is negative and the x is positive from where it's supposed to be. So doing this didn't do anything. Well, I mean it did do something. Let's try this. If we can just make it work by just fiddling around with the numbers here, I'm happy. Okay, now it's just not there at all. It's over there. But it still doesn't really fit. It doesn't... It's supposed to be down here. I don't really understand what is happening. So this will create a new one with 1 1, and then I'm gonna set this to be red. Oh yeah, whatever is minimal true. Okay, let's see now. Where are we? Here. Okay. So I want to see, like, where is the center point? So it is over there. The center point should be there. It's like above. It's like in the ceiling there. Let's just also start down here. But it's supposed to be like over there. Now from the center of the map is over here. So it's also relative to the center of the map. Is there some scaling that I'm not doing? It feels like it's just... It's so weird. Now these are actually quite similar in sizes though. In height. They're actually the same height. So it could just be that this is slightly off. This is just off to whatever. I don't know what's happening there. I mean, let's check the save file. I have to do path. I have to do seaboard tool. There we go. So you can see a bunch of these maps here. They are empty, which means that they are not saved, basically. So nothing's changed. Wait, hang on. It could be the position is initialized in a bad way. So let's check device. Fog of War. right? The position is happening over there. Okay, let's check this here. Device, yeah. Position. The position is just set the position, so that should be the same center. I mean, okay, what we could also do is we could say, okay, let's not rely on the body, let's rely on the actual scale of Fog of War instead. So we'll use the body to get the position, right? Center, that's this center, and then we'll use the scale to get the size. So this will be Fog of War dot size. Okay, yeah, it doesn't understand what Fog of War is, but anyway, we got the size, we got the position. So now the rectangle will be physics shape ABB from center position size is minimal, doesn't matter, we just set it to true. I'm just gonna do this, see where we end up here. No, scale. Okay, where would this land us here? Okay, basically the same thing. Right. Okay, I am confused. Is it okay if we look at like the corners? Let's look at the top left, top. So, but no, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense to me. The center should be like over here. So it feels like there's some sort of scaling problem. Like the position is scaled by something, or the center is like over here somewhere, and the extra position should be over here. So it's like it's some sort of weird offset that's happening here. I don't understand really why or where or how. This could be, no, you see the center point is here, so the size of this entire thing is like, this is half the size, so it's just off to the side a little bit here. So this is probably the thing that's supposed to be over here, but the size also seems off, actually. Like the width. Is it simply I put like width when it was supposed to be height or something, or? But they are different, yeah. No, device. No. Fog of War. What is happening here? I'm going insane. The scale is just copied over to a vector there. going on? Oh yeah, the hitbox from center V0 Southgate. So is this the issue here? It's supposed to be 0. Or is it supposed to be something else? Device toggle. This is 0 and then the full width and height, which implies that the center is 0 and the in. Okay, I'm gonna try device explosive wall, because that's an example where we actually move sort of the center here. Yeah, you can see here the explosive wall is sort of the green thing that is at the wall. So if we look at this thing, you can see the full size is this, but I changed the width to be 16, so it's like half the size now. So it's basically like this maybe. Right, so if I move up towards it, I'm gonna reach there. But if we change the size, or if we change the center point, let's say we change the size to be 1, now it should get stuck in the middle. But if, yeah, we should get stuck in the middle now of it. Okay, yeah, and we do. So that should be the center point. So it's all these experiments, it still doesn't make any sense to me why this is why I'm getting this issue. And when I find out what is the issue, I'm gonna feel stupid, because it's been in front of me all the time, probably. Yeah, I probably need to go soon here, so I don't feel hopeful to fix this issue right now. We'll see. I'll continue a little bit. Let's see. I mean, it seems like the scale is correct. The scale that we're taking is correct, right? What am I missing here? And the positions should be correct as well. What am I missing here? It's kind of weird, like the width seems to be off. The width seems to be less than what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to cover this entire area here, but it seems to only cover like this small part here. Let's move it a little bit. Let's just move it to the left a bit to see more what's happening here. So game draw. And let's do position, and let's do plus, or I guess negative. Let's just do, I don't know, 64 or, yeah, 64. I should move the spawn down as well. Right. Wait, what the hell? What's going on here? Okay. Well, I wish I did this earlier because this seems interesting. Okay, let's move it more. Oh, this is really confusing me. I'm super confused here. The only thing that I can think of is that the width is like super compressed. But this shouldn't even be the height of this. Like if we move this up, this is gonna cover like up here, which doesn't make sense. So I don't understand what's going on here. The height should be the same. The height is the same. The difference is the width. What the hell is going on here? Also, yeah. What? Then maybe the only thing that makes sense is like if the, let's say the top left is like the actual position. This sort of maybe makes sense. The offset of like the relative position of the top left is makes sense. But the sizes of these does not make sense at all. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what could be the possible explanation for this. It's not like the axes are flipped or anything, because that doesn't really solve the issue. It's like one of them is correct height but too short width. The other one is like too short at both, like too tall and too like thin. What? And also the position is like exactly. Is that like exactly the same Y position? Almost. Yeah, it should. Okay. Is that like? Okay, let's log out. Let's log the scale here. This is a head scratcher for sure. I'm gonna see like, okay, what the solution is, and it's gonna be like, oh my god, I can't believe I missed this, you know. It's gonna be something like that. What the hell? No, wait. Okay, this no, this is this correct? No, because the height should be the same. The height is the same. So this is like bogus scales here. If we look at the actual scales, 33664, 20864, right? $120 or $1 112, like 112, right? 136, what? 179? 72. Huh? What the okay. What is going on? What is going on here? Is it like are we not reading it in properly? And this is this even used? Oh, this is used for like dynamic spawns. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Entity scale. This is where it's like reading it in. It's like bullshit values. Okay. So it might be that there's some sort of weird stable memory place where it's like always the same, and maybe that's like maybe it like reads in, it doesn't really properly populate it. Yeah, it could be that. It could be just like a weird memory error. Okay. So where do we do this? This is in like loading the scene. Parse object is entities scale. I mean, it should just read it in. There shouldn't be a problem reading this in. The JSON, it should automatically read this in here. Scale. Yeah, you see the scale here is different. Hang on. I recognize these numbers. It's reading it's the position. What? It's taking the position. Right? Where was it? Yeah. Yeah, it's the position. Is it 120, 112, 136, 17? Okay, it's the position. Oh my god. Wait. How? Why? What? Loading the scene. Right, we're loading the scene. We're just parsing in the scene as a thing. Okay, let's check when we create the entities. We will log out. Well, let's check. No, not here. Where is the thing? Static entities. Ground layers. No. Is it monsters? Okay. This is badly named because it's not really monsters anymore. This is like everything that is, I guess, not an NPC or a player or anything else here. It's, yeah. So it is happening in here. What we could do is we could check if entity type is equal to fog of war. We log out fog of war any. So this will just print out all information about it. Right. Let's check it. Fog of, wait, what? What? Oh my god. Hang on. Oops. Hang on a second. Custom fog of war. So it does say fog of war here. That's the name of the thing. Okay. Fog of war. The name is set to fog of war. That should be correct. Right. Okay, so that was not an issue. Why is it not reading it in? I mean, it does create something. Yeah, it does create a fog of war. So what the hell is going on? Are we not able to do this? We should be getting fog of wars here. We're looking through all the entities in the scene. We're logging out fog of war. Wait, why am I getting? Okay, I'm not looking at the memory leaks right now. What? All right. Whoops, what the hell did that do? Okay, I have no idea. But anyway, I probably yeah, I need to go now. I'm gonna try and figure this out off stream. But yeah, this was a roller coaster here. All right, but yeah, that was very nice today. Thank you very much for joining and chatting, and hope you have a nice day. And I'll see you later. Bye bye.